updated.
Shade Wolfram was first.
Shade Wolfram. Oh my gosh. The J43R underscore streak ended? Holy, your streak, it's gone. You have to start over. I thought you were going to get to 207. Deathless, randomized. It's all gone. You got to start from 0. This is just as tragic as when we lost our Alablaster run, honestly. Yo. What up, Epix? What up, Shade Wolf? The first one here. Holy. Yo, what up, Set Anime? Yo, what up, Reverse? What up, Zeusnull? Hello. Okie dokie dokie dokie. This. Yeah. Open up the bingo stuff. Say hi, yeah, we've got an ad. That does happen at the very start of stream. Well, it shouldn't have happened just yet. It usually happens a minute in, which... Oh, I guess we're 2 minutes in. Yes. Bingo stuff. Bingo, bingo, bingo.
Mrizwave.
Mikundi, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Let's go. All right, we've got a new. I've updated my stuff, so now we'll have some cool color coding on some things. And all right, open this up. And since we have so few... Oh. There we go. Okay, so we've got so few left. We're gonna do a 3x3 for our final practice. That should get us all of the things I haven't yet practiced. I chose the ones we haven't done yet, and the ones that we have done, but I think I'm the most likely to like forget where things are, because they're the least like set in stone ones. Of like, you always do this. And so hopefully I will remember. Let's see how to show up when you first open pretty much any stream. Well, that would be true if you did not run ads automatically. But I do run ads automatically so that they won't show up when you join stream. Just if you're at the very start of stream, they're gonna show up anyway because you're at the... That's when they run automatically, is at the very start of stream and every hour after that. Had 3 hours of fighting with Promised Consort for the 3rd time. Why is it so hard to dodge? He's a tough one. Yeah, so by the way, I'm staring at a black screen right now. You guys can see the game. I don't get to see the game because there's the flashbang remover. I'm still looking at a black screen. There's no flashbanging here. I just want to load into the game and it won't show me because of that stupid flashbang remover. That doesn't stop the flashbang, it just stops me from seeing the game once it's already open. That needs to go. There's no way that's working as intended. It's dumb. It does not Definitely does not function. Okay, the final squares. Luckily, it doesn't happen every time you quit out, only when you open up the game, but, like, it's bad. I wonder if you'd be allowed to swap things around before the timer starts like that. Who knows? Three minutes of ads per hour is better than pre-roll 30 ads as soon as you enter. Exactly. So that's why we run them, because it takes away the pre-rolls, which I've heard and I have you know, asked with everyone, done multiple polls about it. Everyone agrees the ads per hour is the lesser of the two evils. It's better in, like, every way. Most people prefer it. It makes me more money. Like, it doesn't stifle your growth of, like, people click on the stream, go ads, click off. As long as you know, they watch for a bit beforehand, getting them is not, like, such a big deal. So yeah, it's just better in every way. If you're not doing it, you are doing yourself and your audience a disservice, which is weird. Because I would have thought the pre-rolls would be better, but no. Turns out mid-rolls are better. Anyway, enough about ads. Hello, what up, demon? Yo, what up, A? Ads per hour is definitely better because you allow people to have a sample of your stream before you feed them with ads. Exactly. Yeah, it's like, it's just the correct thing to do. Like, there's not really any reason to go with pre-rolls. Every single time you launch the game, your flasks are 7-7. Yep. Every time we start a new character, flasks are 7-7, so I have to change them every time, which is unfortunate, but it's not like I can change the settings on the thing. I think that would be considered cheating. What is package files? Oh, what did I just do? What is package files? What did I click? I just wanted to see what a button did. Then it, like, closed. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Yo, Demon, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Me breaking the game. I think it's fine. I just don't know what it did. Not cheating if they don't know. You think many of the bosses and dragons in DLC look either similar or an exact copy of boss and regular enemies from base game? I don't know about many, but some, yeah, for sure. Okay. Assume I'm allowed to move once the 3-minute timer goes.
And I can also that you're not then wine. I am Carl.
Okay, so knowing that we would need to get to level 85, you'd want the golden scarab right away. Which I only know because I pre-made this board, but... Let's war cry on it. Nothing here that I love. Like, is Axe even better than Club is? And we already know Club is kind of bad. Oh, Serpent Bone Blade has poison on it. I guess we'd go Serpent Bone Blade. It's a katana. We'll try it out. 22 dex is what we need. It is a somber. And I am not going to have the money to fully upgrade it, I don't think. But we'll let that cat in. Serpent Bone is poggers. Okay, okay. I didn't think it was going to be my favorite, like, that great of a katana, but we'll see it. We'll see it. Wait, it's non-somber? Then why doesn't it have a thing here? Doesn't that mean somber? Well, I messed up. Rip this practice, I guess.
Good luck, Mitch.
How do you know if it's somber or not? Like, how do you know? What's the tell for if something is somber or non-somber when you're buying it? As a funny heavy attack. Well, now I want to at least see it. That's the fun part. There isn't. Oh, boy. Oh. Its heavy is basically the same as its Ash of War. Interesting. Oh. It's kind of cool. And then standard katana slashes. Okay. It is cool at least, but I mean, I'm like have 0 money because I spent them on the wrong stones. You can gamma for katana or greatsword now to not completely F up this practice. I mean, we just have to get money and then upgrade it then. It would be fine, but it's... That's so weird. I thought for sure that if it didn't show empty Ash of War here, that meant that it was somber. When will the timer start? Well, it should have already started. I forgot to have... Hold on. Let me fix this for you so that the timer will show automatically. We're going to make a new... Actually, we're going to copy. Paste a duplicate. Whoa. I meant to do. Oh my gosh. What did I just do? Okay, we're fine. You... No? Shift? No? What's the command for move it down? Whatever, I can just manually do it. You then... Aim. Go timer. Put over here. Change it where it's cropped to be over here. Yeah. That's pretty close. That's too much. Close. Okay, that's pretty nice. And then width. It's maybe just like a tiny bit small, and then make it that for safety, and then Color key. That. Close. Make bigger. Okay, there is the bingo timer. So now automatically when we open up bingo, we'll have the timer there and it should count properly and you guys can see it how it is. Okay, so that's the actual match timer instead of me having to do a live split timer. Much better. Ahoy there! Okay, anyway, what was I doing? Oh, we were salvaging this. Or at least attempting to. I do feel like in most cases getting Blade of Mercy can actually be quite worth it. Not in this particular case, so I shouldn't have done it, but I think in a lot of boards, getting Blade of Mercy is actually super nice. Makes all of your fighting so much potentially faster. Okay, so we were going to... Okay, to save this, basically, I go straight to Fort of Reprimand, grab the runes there, and then actually upgrade my weapon as it should be. Which is not what I actually should be doing on this board, but... To salvage the I wasted all my runes on stones that don't do anything. I'm still so confused as to... There's gotta be some way to know what's somber and what's not, right? Oh, I appreciate you. Unless you were talking to someone in chat, in which case, my bad. Sorry for, I think Domo said left middle square and bottom middle square will be removed. Discussion stream says something broken unless you have more info in DMs. You mean the 6 DLC incantations will be removed and reach level 85 will be removed? Or you mean... What do you mean by left middle and bottom middle? You mean those two specifics that I have there? Incants and sorcery... Oh, bottom middle. Sorry, bottom middle, not bottom left. Incants and sorceries will be removed. Okay. Well, I'll practice as though they're not going to be removed, and then if they are removed, that's just easier on my mental anyway. Because those were going to be two of the toughest ones for me to remember anyway. They are kind of bugged, yeah. There's... I mean, also, like, the get the... Anything that is acquire some specific incantation or sorcery, like the two crucible ones, is also kind of broken because you just have to get where they normally are, and then you wouldn't actually have them, and that doesn't feel like properly getting them, you know?
The town lady let us know the town. My name is I too. So here's to new.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure you can just talk to him like that, and then we'd be able to get the thing for put Flora Sax to sleep. Did we randomize to a broken incant and sorcery? Well, just like the doing the remembrance bosses doesn't guaranteed give the correct incant or sorcery. So like it's just You could, like, pretend. You could be like, if you get the spell from Romina's Remembrance, just count it as a, Actually, in this board, we would get the Blade of Mercy, because we want talismans. You could be like, just count it as though it was an incant, even though sometimes it will be a sorcery. But that feels less genuine. It feels more genuine to be like, get incantations, not get where incantations normally would be. I think that's why, like, the, you know, backhand blade square was taken out. Because if you go to where backhand blades is, it's now a dagger, potentially. So you wouldn't have a square that is, you know, kill a boss with the weapon that would have been backhand blades, but is transformed to something else. Right? That would be silly. So, similarly, it's silly to say get incantations when they might not be incantations. Get X sorceries in DLC, not DLC sorceries. Well, that doesn't really fix it either, necessarily. Because again, it's get locations of where sorceries normally would be, even though they might possibly be incantations. You know? It would still be a little silly. Is that the reason why they were supposed to be removed? What is certainly brought up in DMs or in Dom's stream today by NPT, and Dom said, "Oh yeah, I forgot to remove them." Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so now we have a bunch of runes potentially. That hopefully will fix our bought the wrong upgrade materials at the start problem. There are more people playing it than Elden Ring on your following page right now. Why is everyone just now realizing that it's better? I don't know. Who's all playing it? Okay, surely that's enough. A new square that's acquire X spells. Yeah, you could. Because at least incants only become sorceries, or sorceries become incants, but it would still then be more like, okay, people that are just having a for fun weekend event, learn new squares now. Go. And, you know, I'm sure for a lot of people that's like an, I don't have time for that. You can't change its... It's a non-somber weapon that you can't change its Ash of War? That's possible? There are non-somber weapons that you're not allowed to change the Ash of War? There are weapons like that? What? Since when? What? Next, you're gonna tell me there's a somber weapon that you can change its Ash of War. What? I've never heard of this. What? Smith script? Okay, Smith script I can kind of see, I guess. That's so weird. There are 12 weapons that are non-somber that don't allow Ashes of War. Some example, Great Club with Golden Land Ash and Imp Hatchet with Flame Art. What the heck? Why? Why? Why, FromSoft? Why? Now I just have to know those? I just have to memorize those? Or I have to buy it, waste time going to Hugh, to waste time going back to buy stones? Oh my god. What is why? And if I can't Ash of War it, that also means I can't change its affinity? I guess? I mean, I guess that's fine. Like, sure, fine, whatever.
Goodbye.
What a weirdness. What a weirdness. On a list, yes, I do want a list, and then we'll have to think about which ones I will actually possibly use. Great Club is one I could actually use. So Great Club is one that I will think about. Imp Hatchet, I don't know that I'd ever use, so I don't know that I need to think about that one. At this point, I would just check the Katana and Greatsword place. Well, we've already upgraded our weapon. We're fine now. A little late for that, but... Our experience right now is why I went from checking is somber is smithing to look visually if the Ash of War square is present to the left of the weapon icon to determine whether you can change Ash of War. Yeah! So, here's the thing. I did that, but then I thought that that also meant somber or non-somber, and apparently that's just not the case. So I know whether you can change the Ash of War, but I thought that meant somber or non-somber. So I was confused when it was non-somber, but then when it was non-somber, I was like, oh, then it must be changeable. I don't know. I don't get it. And it's not. That's why I thought it was somber, because I looked there and saw that you couldn't change the Ash of War. And I was confuzzled. The lack of Ash of War was not surprising. No, it's the being non-somber that was surprising. That caused me to get it all so twisted. Okay, but there's already 3 DLC talismans. Practicing DLC bingo, that's right. I'll be honest, I was myself sure it is somber. Doesn't it seem very somber? This, like, it just feels like a somber weapon. But it is not. Okay, so we're mostly just like doing this to see and learn. I'm not really doing this for speed, but I am gonna, for the ones that I remember, I'm gonna kind of speed through them instead of going back through every possible place they could be. A somber weapon I know that really feels somber is Harp Bow. That's true. You would know the bows. As Referentalis is the Blade of Mercy. Ailment! Ailment! That's the one I forgot. Actually, that's a good point. I was about to go get Rolana's cameo, but Ailment is definitely faster. You're right. Wait, Spelldrake and Magma. So not even the one in Fort of Reprimand? Not Flame Drake? Yeah, I guess that would be faster. I forgot about Spelldrake as well. Maybe that is one I need to kind of re-go over all the possible ones. Because I know that there's then Rolana's, there's, yeah, Ailing, and there's... Yeah, I guess it would be faster. No, wait. No. The one in Fort of Reprimand is definitely faster. There's no way. When you're already at Dread, you're 90% of the way to Flame Drake. There's no way... If you already had to go to Dread anyway... There's no way that that Spelldrake is faster. You got to go across that bridge and then around and down. There's no way. Then nope, wrong. Ailing is probably though faster than Rolana's cameo. Actually, if you don't have to come this way at all, actually Rolana's cameo might be faster. That's maybe worth a little bit of a timing. Let's say that I only had Scorched Ruins. The thing is, you skip Tialier. Oh, go there, then down this way? Skip Tialier that way? That's like a full timing reroute then. Okay, let's assume you're always getting Blade of Mercy and you're always getting Dread. Let's time how long it would take to get the other two, this to this, then walk to Dread. I mean, I guess basically just assume you only get Blade of Mercy versus skip, Tialier, Dread, Fort, and then come back and do Ailing. So we can time... So either way, you're getting Ailing, so we can actually just kind of take that out of the equation. We can just look at 3-path cross to here, then down to here, versus Tialier here, and then grab that. Right? Because otherwise there's no differences. Yeah. Yeah. That's all we have to compare. It's like 30 to 40 seconds faster. Well, let me see that. Because I don't believe that. I'm going to assume either way you get Ailing. So I'm just going to go do that now. This is around 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay. Be worth it if Great Katana was in vanilla location. Oh, 3 DLC Ashes of War is also on the board, so I would grab that along the way. Ashes of War that I would get. Always Savage Lion's Claw. I have forgotten the other ones that I planned to get. What else would I get, actually? I'm considering it. Grab the one by Queeline and Ballarat. There's Scarab by the Forge. Oh, Scarab by the Forge. That one I vaguely remember. The one by Queeline and Ballarat feels pretty... Oops. Sorry. Feels pretty out of the way, but... I could see it. If you're going into Ballarat anyway, it would be good at the very least. And it's always the first Queeline kill gives you the talisman, and then the second Queeline is always Ash of War, right? It's not the one in Ballarat is Ash of War. Okay, anyway, so we're timing here to there versus up to down to there. Okay. So we'll head out at 22. Someone gives Nash of War. There's Nash of War in the Fountain by Queeline. Right. Oh, the other one I was thinking of was if you're going to that forge anyway, getting... Rolling Sparks. Because you're already in Altus Plateau. Skidoo, Altus, whatever. Skidoo, Altus Plateau. Ensembles without Ashes list. Nice. Okay. My pathing here is probably not super optimal, but hopefully close enough for a comparison. Eldrake, we go back to Castle Front. Most parts, the one by the hippo, the flying one. Yep. I remember that one because we actually would get it in early speedruns. Okay. So, you're skipping Tialier entirely. Even though you could go up and then do Tialier skip. You're saying skip Tialier entirely in order to rush it. Is it faster to go the other way, or is it faster to go down this way? It feels like this way should be faster, but I don't know. Yeah, no, the other way has, like, drop-downs that take forever. Yeah, this is definitely the faster way. This way is faster. Yep. Good, good. Makes sense. We started at 22. It's so far been 2 minutes after we got our first 2 talismans. It feels like you could work in Tialier without it taking, like, that much more time. And we end up at... I assume that we skip the... activating that. We just grab the talisman to rush it, and then we come back and hit the rock. So... 245, it looks like. Bonk. 248. 248. 248... that way versus skip, Tialier, skip, grab, grab. I could see that taking a little longer. Let's see. Just drop straight where the grace is, then jump on the rocks close to the wall. Hold on, let me see that. What are you talking about? First like on YouTube of this stream. Let's go. Drop down like right here. How do you... is this just livable? No. There's rocks under... oh, you land on that pile of rocks? So you go, and then you... okay. So we were at 245. Let's see how much faster that is. Down. Or sorry, we were at 248. So now time comparison. I'm going to be on torrent already. Or time the difference in time that it takes to get there. So we'll start from 30. Go. So I went down like this. Feels like it's probably like a 3-second difference. And then grab, and then warp. We went from 30 to 51, so that took 21 seconds. This one will go at 0. Okay, so it saved 1 second. I'm sure probably in total it probably saves 2 or 3. So we'll lower our estimate for this path down to 245 from 248. Doesn't seem to make much of a difference. Honestly, it kind of scares me maybe a little, so I'm not sure I would love that path, but we'll call it 245 for that path. Versus, we'll go at 00 for a nice easy timing. I technically headed out slightly early, but whatever, close enough. If there's a 30-second difference, we should see it regardless of the, 1 seconds here and there. Our way. That skip did take some time.
I'm sorry. I repent. Come no closer.
Oh, the horror. Okay, that was not my best pathing there, but it's fine. Assume we're not talking to Tialier right now. Speed. I mean, I would also probably have grabbed the Grace there, though, but I can't really grab it again. Oh. We'll call that time loss roughly equivalent to the grabbing the Grace. This is definitely some scary movement. I'm so here for a little while. Yippee! I think it actually would always just be faster to go grab the talisman first and come back and hit the rock anyway, so I'm going to assume that and do that. It's already been 2 minutes, so 40 seconds would be tough to get the final talisman. So actually, I can see it. I can see the other way being faster. Got 15 seconds left. I gotta get it. Oh, we're not gonna make it. Pretend like we're grabbing this Grace, but it would be a rest normally here. Yep, nope, it is. You're right. The other ones are, in fact, definitely faster. By 10 seconds. By 20 seconds. Yeah, by like 30 seconds. Okay. It has been tested. And you don't really lose out on map progress. Like, especially, you will have Castle Front. You can grab Tialier on the way through if you think you're fast. Which, honestly, if it's me, I think I do. You would be then able to skip Scorched Ruins, which theoretically saves you time. Because you could just boom. Well, actually, you have to get this one. But assuming you don't need to come back to Scorched Ruins, you could grab Blade of Mercy, not grab the Scorched Ruins Grace. Head right here, which I was counting that you had the Scorched Ruins Grace. Boom, Ailing Village, skip Great Bridge north. Warp back, grab the castle front, grab it, warp back. You could go up Tialier and then do the skip. I want to time the difference in time between those two. But maybe that's too greedy. That's probably too greedy and loses me the square, but we do a little timing just in case. We'll start at 33. Request the judgment of the one with bingo in their name, just like we should never question you on the judgment of Riz. True. Okay, it's from 33. I imagine it would be like a 15-second time loss to go get Tialier. 30. All right. So we'll start with going direct, and then we'll come back and we'll do it picking up Tialier on the way. So, fastest way takes a minute. We'll just go to the talisman, and I'll stop looking at the time there. If I'm still streaming in 3 hours now? No, I thought I'd just stop. This would just be like a, I don't know, maybe like a half-hour stream, and we'll just stop. A minute and 28. Minute 28. That way. Some Tialier incidents, which makes it way longer. The safer route is faster, so it's more convenient. I'm not really scared of any Tialier incidents. I mean, they could happen. It's always possible. I'm not really scared of them. I feel pretty confident on that skip. I know for many, they would not feel that confident, but I feel pretty confident. And 5, go. All right. How long did I just say the other route was? I just said it out loud, but then didn't actually make note of it in my head. I said it and forgot it. Said it and forget it. 128. Thank you. What up, CBD? That was what I was getting at, but I said it and forget it. So it was like a kind of like a pun. So we pretend like we'd be grabbing the grace. While doing 3x3. It's just because I don't have that many left to practice, so I just decided to do a smaller board so we could get our practice of just the things that I have left done quickly, and then we can move on to like true 5x5 boards with all the squares, including base game, which I would ignore, and start thinking actual strategies. So I went from 128 to 141. So 13 seconds. You lose 13 seconds for getting Tialier's Grace. So you either go for that if you're confident that you're faster than your opponent and you're just going to get it anyway, then it's just having Tialier Grace is huge. If there's like extreme synergy with Tialier where like you think it might be worth losing the square, which seems tough. I don't think that it'd ever really be worth losing the square. Yeah, so probably pretty much just, or if you think that's like not necessarily the rush. Like if you think they're going for something else, if you think, oh, I'm gonna get talismans while they get, you know, larval tears or something, then you would go, you would grab Tialier. Like on this particular board, I mean, well, this would be a ridiculous board. Like there's like so many things you could just rush, but yeah, anyway. And this is even in a 3x3. D equals co-op, B equals base game, D equals DLC. Yep. You can do a slow talisman, then you would go fort and maybe the one in Morth Ruins.
The
shattered one. There's one in Morth Ruins? I haven't picked that one up yet. I need to see where that is. Is talisman's the only square that would lead to skipping the grace? Maybe. Because you often want Tialier Grace. Very often. Anything that requires going to the southern, you know, place, you're going to want that so you can come back. Anything that, like, in this case, there's put Florisax to sleep. You need Tialier. There's so many that would need it. Drop down thing. Chest is the incant. It's by the Curse Blade-ish. I'm assuming by the Curse Blade by the Skidoo pot guy. Not by the other Curse Blade. Considering there are two. okay. It's a drop-down-ish. Not a full drop-down. Just a drop-down-ish. Like... Oh. Oh, okay. That's not... Yeah. Oh, so then you could skip ailing. Wait a minute. Now I need to time that. What if you skipped ailing and you just went Scorched Ruins, Tialier skip, that. Because from Fort of Reprimand to there has got to be faster than going all the way up to ailing. Right? We would only do it in Season 4 if there was Kill a Black Knight, but I forgot if that square is present this time. I believe it is. I just haven't practiced it because I only want to practice the ones that I don't feel comfortable with. So, Tally, if you think the other guy is not going for it. I want to time house. Now I have to redo the whole comparison. Okay, wait. We already got, it was 245 to get everything but ailing. So, let me go back to Scorched Ruins and just go Scorched Ruins to ailing, time that, add it onto our 245, and then we'll compare it to getting the other 3. More of a synergy talisman. Okay. You believe in a soul. If you rip one of these things can regenerate into, did you make a soul? What? Take like 7 minutes probably, or 6. Well, let me see. Because I think that could be faster than what we timed before, which was slower by 30 seconds. Start at 41. Gotta go around this jerk. Oh, that's bad that he saw me. He should be far enough, though, that he can't do anything. Okay. It would normally be night, so you'd be able to get it by him faster, but anyway. So we would grab this grace. I already have it, so we're going to pretend. Okay, so far it's a minute. Probably not perfect, but grab that. I can't warp out, so I'd have to quit out, which does lose time. Every time you pretend to grab a grace, I'm doing the sound effect out loud. I'm thinking the sound effect in my head. So that was a minute 45, plus our 2 minutes 45 makes 4 minutes 30. That was definitely imperfect there. We could probably take off like 5 seconds from the end of me doing the ending wrong. So 425-ish. 425-ish that way. And then we can time the skip up this. Grab the one in Fort of Reprimand, warp back, grab the Morth Ruins run. Honestly, no, I'd want to do it that way so that I could then continue on to Morth Ruins. I was thinking it technically might save time to do it slightly the other way, but no, that's kind of the best you can do. Okay, so then this way is just the total time it's going to take to do all of this. We don't have to, like, do any additions or subtractions. And we compare it to 425. I'll start at 44. I was probably just wanted to make you read this and then get upset with me. Ha ha ha. Why would I get upset with you? Ooh. Okay. 8:59. 44. Can't ignore the woo. It's impossible. Not a possibility. Okay, so in theory, if we can get to all of the talisman spots before 48:25, then these would be faster, while giving you potentially more map presence. And if it's longer than 48:25, then we can see how much longer and how much the map presence is worth for that. I'm going to assume that I would actually grab this Grace, which I'm pretending to do. I think I probably left a little earlier than you'd actually be able to leave it, but whatever. We'd be like, I'm coming back for you, Tialie. The baby bingo board.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Upset like the copy pasta message where it's literally a really long sentence that goes on and on and on, doesn't really say or ask anything. Ah. Well.
Destroyer redeem the coin flip and chooses tails.
Oh, tails. It never fails. Very shrimple. Easy. Easy VIP. I'd say good luck, but you don't need it.
Ah, I knew you'd pleep. To stand before the Elden Plink, to become Elden Plonk. What a sad state of plinktosis. I commend your plank, but alas, none shall take the crunch. Queen Plank has high hopes for we continue to plunk. Unto eternity.
Okay, I would actually grab this Grace, I believe. Again, we're going to fake it. Bling. And we go this way. Ooh! We get scared by him. If it was night, I don't think that would happen. Open this, quit out. Ooh, we've got about a minute from here. Yeah, with some load screens, it probably is not faster. Grab it. I have to manually warp. Normally it would be our last rested Grace, so I could just do it automatically.
The result is heads.
No, it isn't. You liar. Oh, wait. 15 seconds. We're almost there, though. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. And we'd have it. It was slower by 2 seconds after I made mistakes. I actually think that's faster. Right? Unless I'm like, my math was just ridiculously off. I think that was literally faster. Or at least like really, really close. And then you would just work your way out of here, and then boom, you've got your 4 talismans and map progress. And you're at Morth Ruins. With basically 0 seconds lost. Not 0 seconds, but like... I think that was faster, right? Which gambit was buggy, had to refresh. Oh, weird. The entire thing, because routing it for it is you grab Blade of Mercy, Spell Drake, Flame Drake, and Shattered One. Why would you grab Spell Drake? You mean, Dread, right? Do it from the Kale, Grace. I mean, both of them would go through Blade of Mercy, though, right? Both of them would go through Blade of Mercy. Both of them grabbing Scorched Ruins is optional. So, starting both of them at the Scorched Ruins Grace seems fine, right? You can skip Dread for the slow one? What? Why would you? It's like the fastest one. There's no reason you would ever skip Dread. Why would you... What? In what universe would you ever skip Dread? That's probably the least skippable one. So it's either you go Ailing, Spelldrake, and Dread, which took a total of 425, which I sort of had to, like, round down for because I assumed that my movement at the end here was slow. After Blade of Mercy. So Blade of Mercy, Ailing, Spelldrake, Dread, and then you end on Dread, and your map progress is that far. But you do have Castlefront and 3 Path Cross, both of which are pretty good graces. But you don't have Tialier. Or you get Blade of Mercy, Pillar Path Waypoint, or Tialier, whichever one is better for your current board.
I hate you, Mitch. I got
Dread,
stuck in my head again thanks to you.
Flame Drake, and this thing. You end at Morth Ruins, so you're ready to get that. So you've got the whole map progress up to Morth Ruins. You have Fort of Reprimand. You have optional Scorched Ruins. I guess I was kind of counting it as though you'd skip it. And you have either Pillar Path or Tialier, which should be more powerful overall map presence in general in the early game. The exception, of course, would be, oh, I need 3 Path Cross because we're going to go rush, like, drink Tialier's concoction, and I need to go to Morth after, or something. Yeah, you're not skipping. I'm saying if you're not prioritizing talismans and wanted to go for map, then that's where you can grab Dread and skip
as a
Fort
VIP. Congratulations.
Grab Dread, skip Fort, get Shattered. Do that, and skip Spell and Ailment, but Spell is more reasonable to do because it's slower to do Gravestone skip. Right. You're saying if I'm confident that my opponent is not going for talismans at all, I'd go Mercy, Spelldrake, Dread, skip this, and go to Morth. You're saying if I'm just like, my opponent's just not gonna contest it at all, I can go as slow as I want. You go for full map presence of, you get 3 Path Cross, you get Castlefront, you get Tialier or Pillar Path Waypoint, whichever one, you get Fort of Reprimand, and you end at Morth. It's like the full map presence play of like 0 wasted time, assuming that your opponent has just given up on the entire concept of doing talismans. You, like, see them go for larval tears or something. You see them mark some square that you know has taken them to a weird place. Maybe it's like... Is there one that's specifically in Prospect Town? I guess not really. I guess larval tears would be the one that makes the most sense of... You saw them get larval tears, and so you're like, oh, change of plans. I can just ignore... Wait, what if you did that... Is the Morth one just faster than the one in Fort of Reprimand? No, right? Is it? Hold on a sec. I gotta time something. There's nothing in Fort you would skip the Grace unless you want the 80k. I don't think you ever skip the Grace in Fort of Reprimanda. You, like, almost always want that 80k, but I guess theoretically you could. All right, starting at 30. This is a quick one. If you're already in the fort, this is definitely way quicker than going all the way to Morth. Well, I suppose you do have to quit out. So it's been 20 seconds. If we're not counting it as your final talisman, then... And then I'm going to count also this load screen against you. It took 38 seconds before I can start moving again. Versus, I'll go at 15. He skips like all the graces when he rushes. I think it's, yeah, it's very dependent. But like one square at the start is worth a lot. That's like, whoa, Ghostland Dragon being weird about it. I started at 15, it's already been 30. Boom. 45. About 45 seconds. So it was 38 for the one in Fort and 45 for the one in Morth. So surprisingly enough, although the Morth is also a bit more out of the way, so you'd call it maybe 50 to 55 seconds out of your way for the one in Morth versus 38 out of your way for the one in Fort of Reprimand. So Fort of Reprimand is... It's still always going to be, like, the faster one to rush, for sure, easily. But the one in Morth, honestly, is not that bad. Again, in the event that you're like, oh, my opponent isn't contesting. Because then you get to go from here straight to Morth, and you get more map progress. Okay. Oh, this is a... It's a brain blaster thinking about all these. So it's like, do... CBD, sometimes you get used to the square so much that you don't have to grab some graces. Well, I mean, it's more like you grab the graces if you know that you're going to want to come back to them for another square. Because, yeah, I'm not worried about safety. I'm never going to be, like, that worried about safety, although, theoretically, you could die. But I'm generally not worried about safety. I'm more worried about, like, where am I going to need to warp to in situations. Okay, so... Rain Blaster is really going to come with the combined square. I was looking over them on the board yesterday and my mind was lost. Yeah. I mean, doing the DLC part of most of them does not seem that bad. But it's going to be like setting up enough for one of them so that you can tell me, hey, I'm ready to go do a Stell, you should do Metter or something, and I'm like, cool, I've already got the bells rung, I'll head there, or whatever. Because I don't want to waste time killing Metter fully if you're nowhere near a Stell. And, you know, similarly, if you're like, hey, I'm near a Stell, as soon as you can get to Metter, I can kill a Stell, I can be like, cool, I'll go ring the bells or whatever. So it's like, one of us needs to be, like, set up and tell the other person, oh, I can do this whenever you're ready for it, and then plan around that. That's going to be tough. I'm just practicing, yeah. Tic-tac-toe league. Does it really matter? And in the end, it doesn't even matter. Yeah. It will be a 5x5. I'm just practicing a few specific squares. So I just put them on a smaller board so they're easier to see and keep track of. Okay, anyway. Good theory crafting for DLC talismans. I like that as a rush square because it's not that far out of the way. You get a lot of graces that you want anyway. that are just optimal to get while rushing it. So I think DLC talismans, that's gonna be a potential favorite of mine. Okay. Let's go back to the start and let's rush Larval Tears. Let's remember how to rush Larval Tears, which I think is just gonna be Gravesite Plain, Ailing Village, and then I think the only other one that makes sense is Prospect Town. Is there a third possible rushable Larval Tears? Like, there was one, like, here, but that's pretty far. There's one, like, way up here, but that's, like, way too late, and no way it's lasting till then. I don't... Oh, there is one up at the Pillar Path. That's more along the way. If you wanted to do it efficiently, I think it'd be Pillar Path, right? Do some Pracky versus Midge, less than a week left. Maybe not tonight, but I'm sure we will practice. Yeah, absolutely. Prospect Town is the fastest. Good time for it would be sub 320. Okay. Yeah, Prospect Town makes sense. So you'd go there. Straight to 3-path. Grab that. Warp back. Prospect Town. I want to see... It's fairly simple. I'm going to do that, though. I'm going to do that pathing to put it in my brain. Download the bingo things because you're on a new PC. Oh, you're swapping PCs this close to the event? Holy, I did not know that. I hope that goes well. Okay. Started at 101.10. Do Gravesite Plains, Prospect, then Ailing. It's fairly up to you. Yeah, it wouldn't really matter. I guess you would actually do Prospect, then Ailing, because it's easier to warp out of Prospect, now that I think about it. But, so you wouldn't have to possibly quit out in Ailing. So that's actually a good, like, efficiency. I don't know the exact best pathing, but I'm just going to go through Scorched Ruins and pick up this along the way, because that's a potential synergy and still feels quick. Upgrade. Now you can have a dual PC setup if you wanted. That's what I told myself when I upgraded my PC. And then I tried out dual PC streaming a few times, and it was so inconvenient. I was just like, nope, never mind. Nope, single PC. I'd rather spend the extra money on getting a PC that's good enough it can do both. Pretend we grab it. Oh no, wait, you can warp out of both. What was I was thinking you can't warp out of the talisman, but you can warp out of the larval tier just fine. So never mind. No efficiency gained. But that was like something 15. 215 there. Okay, so then we'll start at 45. So then to get to Prospect Town. How's practice going? Well, I think it's, we're figuring out efficient, rushable squares. And just remembering where all the possible places you might go are. Where am I going? It's up. Well, never mind. Retime it. I am a silly Billy. Send it back. Let me warp. Good chance the screen blacking out was an NVIDIA driver issue. Yeah, very likely. All right, we'll start at 105 exactly. Okay. Definitely not optimal movement, but good enough. We get there. Assume we skip that. Because we're rushing. We are not dragging. And boom. About a minute 10. Versus... let's assume we do the Scorched Ruin skip instead. Start at 45. Minute 10. Yep, thank you, thank you. I think this skip in itself takes like a minute, so I don't think there's any shot that we beat a minute 10, but... not like... just like from the warp, not like in the absolute total. No, it was only like 30 seconds from warping to get up. Five so far, so that's already a minute. Okay, it's already been a minute 10, minute 15 now. Minute 25, so about 15 seconds slower to grab this one. Which is not terrible, but that's not... and I was even skipping... the whole point of doing that would be so that you can get the pillar path waypoint cross. Yeah. It is longer. That makes sense. It's 15 seconds longer. And you would get the pillar path waypoint cross. And you could still have the 3-path cross. But you'd also have to spend the time getting the Scorched Ruins cross, so it's probably at least 20 to 30 seconds slower if you're actually grabbing the Graces along the way. Shut up, Egon. You're fine. So 20 to 30 seconds slower, but you could have 3-path, you could have Pillar Path Waypoint and Scorched Ruins instead of only 3-path. So I suppose you could have 3-path and Prospect Town if you really wanted the other way, but so again, it's one of those, you only, you know, you only go for this if you're confident that your opponent is not going to be contesting you. Bonk. It's randomized. The weapons are, nothing else really is. This guy. Is there a good chance you'll need things by those other spots? We will always need to go by, like, Pillar Path Cross, Tialier, to get down to Elder's Hovel, up to Fort of Reprimand. That's just, like, strictly necessary. Whereas sometimes you need to go to Prospect Town or Ailing Village. Well, we do Ailing Village either way. Sometimes you need to go to Castlefront, etc., etc. So, like, in general, if you got the one over here, that would be less wasted time. That would be more efficient use of your time in total for the totality of completing the bingo board. But the Prospect Town one is more likely to get the square before your opponent so that you don't lose the square entirely. Oh! Yo! Poetry Stud, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Let's go. Yes, he is combined. It's both DLC and base game work together to complete it. Shush, Egon. I'm just gonna walk over here till you're quiet.
Well, I'm as weak as I've always been. I'm afraid the... Sorry.
Okay, I have already talked to him. You're tackling the DLC for my team. Yes. All right, now let's go to... Okay, so the next rushable one would be DLC Ashes of War, if I'm not mistaken, where we already have... The Savage Lion's Claw one is like a no-brainer. You're getting the Savage Lion's Claw one. There was another one that I think we put as kind of a no-brainer. But Ashes of War is giving me... Oh, it's the... I think it's the Scarab here. So I think it's not, like, super rushable, because you're pretty much going to go to the Scarab here to get this one. And then the third one that I was thinking of was the Rolling Sparks up here. None of which is very far out of the way. I mean, they're not, like, super efficient, but they're not very far out of the way. It's possible that a DLC Ash of War pick is actually a good pick as a first square, not because it's fast, because it kind of isn't, but because even though it isn't fast, everything that you do to get it is kind of along the way anyway. From 3-path cross to the Savage Lion's Claw, like, that's hardly out of the way at all. As you're coming from Fort of Reprimand and going to Morth Ruins, taking the time to go over here and get this Scarab doesn't take that long. As long as you get it first try. It's a little dicey, but if you can get it first try, it's not that far out of the path that you were already going to go anyway. And then the Rolling Sparks one, again, if you were going to go to Hippo, is pretty right along the way. So it's not that it's a fast square, but it's an efficient square. Also, do Black Knight Edred, he gives one. That's right. So if you... Gives an Ash of War. Yes, an Ash of War. So if you want Edred, if you have another synergy with Edred, it's even less out of the way. You can go Lion's Claw, Edred who you want to kill anyway, and then this Scarab, and, like, bing, bang, boom, you're done. Also need a weapon to be set up, because they have a lot of HP. Yeah, but I think you will. I think you will always have a weapon set up because you can buy a weapon from Round Table Hold, which you are not allowed to do in the season, as far as I remember. You can have a weapon set up before the match starts. So I think that will happen pretty much every time. Now I don't know if a katana is going to be any good at Edred at all, though. Is the only thing. I'd have a good one, Poetry Stud. Stream goes well. Work on RL1 DLC. Ooh, break to do Gods Can Duo. Yeah, that's a rough one. Does a katana work against Edred, or do you have to fight him for real? Because I want to cheese him. I want to stun lock him. Yeah, it doesn't work great for stun locking him. Because at least this one doesn't, because it's a double slash. Others that have a more direct single hit might be better, but this one with the double slash, you have to wait for the second one, so it's pretty bad. Unless maybe the Ash of War just full staggers. Nope. Absolutely not. Yeah, so for this particular weapon, it would be rough. But if you had a weapon that was good against Edred, you could definitely do it. You like backstab him or something? Yeah, if you can't stagger him, he's a little rough. Great Katana will handle it. Can't get the Great Katana guaranteed. The Great Katana becomes a random katana, such as the one that I have right now. So you would have to be able to deal with it with, you know, at worst, a katana. Because you can always get at least a katana, but you cannot always get a Great Katana. Because of the weapon randomization in this. If I actually learned to fight Edred, though, it doesn't seem like he'd be too tough. It's just... I'm currently very bad at fighting him. Ooh, as you can see. Weapon types are the same, but the specific weapon itself is randomized. Yes, but the DLC specific weapon types, because there are so few of them, would be too consistent. So they're mixed in with their base game equivalents. So Great Katanas are mixed in with katanas. Backhand blades are mixed in with daggers. You know, Smith script shield is mixed in with shield. Smith script axe is mixed in with axes. Smith script hammer is mixed in with hammers, etc. So the DLC version of weapons are mixed in with the base game of those same types. Backhand blades with daggers is not exactly the same thing, but it's the closest that they went with. Light greatswords mixed in with greatswords, which makes tons of sense. Yes, light greatswords with greatswords. That one makes perfect sense. I like that one. Mixing backhand blades with paired weapons would be more viable. I agree, but I don't know that there's... Is there a paired weapons class? Like, besides like claws, right? Like fist weapons and claws are always like dual wielded, but there's already fist weapons and claws in the DLC that get mixed in with fist weapons and claws. So are you gonna just add backhand blades to those, or like what? There's not necessarily a great way to mix them in per se, unless there is a weapon class that I just don't know about that is paired weapons. A lot of game studying. Yep. Oh. That combo is like the fastest one that keeps getting me. Outside of that, fighting him isn't that bad. That one combo, though, is pretty fast for me. I think mixing backhand blades with paired weapons would be more viable, because the fist weapon in the Church of Benediction, which is way out of the way. Yeah. But like what weapon type is paired? Like if I look up weapon types. What weapon type is paired always? That no. No. They can be, but I think they can be at least, but no. No. Like usually, but those don't really feel like backhand blades, and they're already mixed in. Like, I think fists and claws are mixed in with each other. I think maybe I'm wrong on that. No. Backhand blade specifically. No. Right? So, like, there's no specific mixed things. Fists, claws, and backhand blades, yeah. But, like, do backhand blades really feel that close to fists and claws? No. They feel closer to curved swords or daggers. Right, so, like, I feel like that kind of makes sense that at least they would have picked one of these two. Maybe curved swords feels closer. Curved swords, having things like Falx, the goat, that is a paired sword. But then a lot of these don't feel very close to backhand blades, right? Your Horned Warrior's sword, that doesn't feel like backhand blades. You're like falchion. Right, so, like, some of these do, and some of these don't feel close to backhand blades. So I think daggers versus curved swords was kind of a 50-50. I probably would have gone with curved swords, but I don't think daggers is that far off either. Curved swords is better. I kind of agree. I think curved swords would have been a little better. But I don't think it's that far off. Try curved swords. You love curved greatswords. Curved greatswords are the goat. Curved swords, not the goat. Commonly used power stance, even when not paired, so it makes sense to you. Well, I mean, yeah. Like, people do that, but that's like a player interaction, not a game interaction, right? Commonly used power stance is like, okay, well, greatswords are commonly used power stance because people do like to, you know, double big sword and then slam. Or, you know, even colossal weapons are commonly used power stance because people are silly. Ah, I didn't get, like, behind him. One of the starting classes gives you 2 scimitars and equips them power stance. That's a good point. That's a good point. That is a good point, actually. Didn't start Journey 2. Start new character. Did you mess up? No. All your characters are just saved. You can go to whichever one you like. So under load game, there's all your characters. If you hit new character, it's just going to add a new one to that list. If you want to go back to the one that you finished the game with, just go to load game and click on your character that's finished the game. Although I enjoyed some timing stuff, I do have to go. All right. It's really late, but good luck with practicing. Thank you. Thank you. Do I have tips for gold free? I mean, if you want to always kind of go around behind him, because a lot of his stuff is just going to miss. Oops. I think I could beat E-Dread normally. Oops. I'll just try doing that one. I do think this is probably slower than getting the other Ash of War, but it would depend on if there's E-Dread synergy. Same move twice. Yeah, I knew I wasn't gonna get around behind him there. Yeah, he's got some toughness. R2 does mini stagger him. That's actually probably still a good idea. It's probably still a good idea to R2 him. It doesn't mini stagger him enough that you can chain it, but it does mini stagger him a bit, so it's worth using over R1 still. It's like when you have an attack opening, you can R2 him. You can't just do it all willy-nilly, but yeah. You got to go away from him if you're not close enough to get behind him. This guy's tough. Not really. I don't have any practice with him because usually you stun lock him to death. He's so stun lockable by any even remotely heavy weapon that you just like never have to learn his moves. So I haven't. But this is what it looks like when you don't know something's moves at all. Oh, okay. You don't have time to... Ooh, yeah. Too bad this weapon has, like, negative weight. Well, low weight is always good, but it has, like, negative, poise damage or something. The katana is literally the kryptonite for this fight. The anti-kryptonite, the thing that makes Superman stronger when you hit him with it. Oh! Ow. Ah. Very low bomb. The crypto knot. Crypto day. Dragon Katana's your favorite? Dragon Katana's great. Yeah. And honestly, this katana might be like the worst katana as well, because its R2 is a this instead of a single slap. A single slap you could use a lot more effectively to possibly stagger lock him. You might be able to stagger lock him with other katanas, just not this one, because it's got a unique R2. So this might just be the worst weapon to use, potentially. Although the poison is actually good against him, so like the damage is actually decent on it. It's just it is the worst at staggering him. So you have to get like backstabs and stuff. Honestly, the Ash of War on it does seem pretty decent as well. Oops. Went around him the wrong way. Oh. Yeah, it's hard to get away. I was kind of stuck against the wall, but I was so far that there's no way I could get behind him. Close. Well, I've almost got his moves pretty downloaded. Almost-ish. Pretend he's Saruman? This guy stinks! Oh. Oops. Backstabbed. Yeah, just always circle around him that way. Or go far away. Both valid options. I did not realize that table was going to block me. Oops. Woo. Sometimes that one's just in a weird position where it's really hard to get away from him. Okay. That would be the idea. Okay, and he gives an extra 4. It's a thunder crashing sound when you get a line. I've never played with that on before. Wait, except I haven't actually gotten 3 yet. No, I would then go and do the thing there. I faked it. I'm locked out of the square forever now. Easy. Kinda. Kinda easy. Not really easy, but kinda easy. Made sure not to break the table. Very important. That's an important table. Okay, let's see if I can kill the beetle without getting killed by the misbegotten with, like, a very low setup. Like, if I was rushing this. Can I beat the beetle? Nope. Holy ow. Some weapons in the DLG are just really good, and some Smith script stuff is just pure garbage. Well, Smith script stuff is garbage because it has range. That is a very, very large positive. That is hard to be overstated. That having range is a very large positive. But outside of that, yeah, they're pretty garbage. Except for the shield. The shield is legitimately decent damage with range on a shield. Like, is there any way to, like, scare the beetle away from them or something? You know? Like... Okay, that was not how I was expecting that to go. But you know what I mean? Like, don't land on him, but land behind him on the beetle so that it'll run up the hill while none of them are any the wiser.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. The daggers could have infinite range and they would still suck. I actually disagree. I think if they had infinite range, they'd actually be good. The problem is that their range isn't big enough for how little damage they do. I think with infinite range, if you could actually throw them from anywhere across the arena and never have to let up on it, yeah. I think that would be usable. In some situations. I don't think that'd be the best weapon in the game, but I think that'd be usable in some situations. The problem is you, like, slide off there. I'd have to maybe, like, jump to the right spot or something. Have to, like... but then they hear you as soon as you jump. But you can still get it away this way. That kind of worked, actually. That's kind of nice. Unfortunately, I can't practice that again, but I think that's kind of the play. You only get the one guy on you, and the beetle is at least going away from him, and he's a slow guy. Would throwing something distract that enemy? I mean, it could, but you're landing so close to him, he's gonna see you anyway, I think. But maybe. There might be a throwing play. Okay, now I have 3 DLC Ashes of War. But the other one that I was considering... Damage on maxed Smith script daggers is so low. They just take too much time to kill anything. And while having the range, it is so short for them that it becomes useless. Yeah. If it were not. If you got a good infinite range out of it, I think you could use it and be pretty happy. Like, some of the other Smith scripts do have infinite range, and they're still, like, bad because they take too long. Like the Smith script hammer. That one's just hard to hit with ever, even though it goes really far. Yeah, I think Rolling Sparks was the third one that we were considering instead of Edred. And it doesn't take too long to get over to. Like, I thought the Smith script daggers would be infinite range, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then when they weren't, I was like, oh, but why not? Or, you know, maybe not literally infinite, but like bow range. If they were bow range, they'd actually be pretty cool. And that's yeah, that's definitely faster than Edred. Like, right? There's no way that my running time there was longer than Edred, I think. Or maybe it's just because Edred felt long, but maybe it wasn't actually that long. And again, it would depend on synergies, but... Okay, so... There's those remembered. Oh, Spirit Ashes. Spirit Ashes was a tough one to remember. The one that's easy to remember is in Fort of Reprimand. That's the one easy DLC Spirit Ash to remember. I don't think there's any faster way than just going down and grabbing it. Which I already have done on this file, but whatever. Okay, and then outside of that, it was all just like gross stuff to get. It was one of the two jails, or one of the mausoleums. I think that's the only one you really would get too early. Or giving an Eye of Occultation. Or in the storehouse, some rafters. Or Hinterland's Giant Hand. Was there any other good one? Hold on, let me look. Elden Ring, Spirit Ashes. $20 were added in the DLC. Okay, Yolan or Yolan and Anna is obviously way too late. Queeline, I mean, that's the given Iris of Occultation. Finger Creeper, that's the one that's way late. Florisax, we'd have to kill Bale for, if I remember right. Oh, right, there's the legendary ones. Like, funny enough, getting an entire another square of getting the legendary ashes is not that bad of a way to just get a DLC Spirit Ash. Assuming there's one in the forge. There's Telu in this forge. Eyes of P DLC this summer. That's right. We're almost there. It's just everything is just so far. Like, nothing we have marked is good at all. Okay, let me keep looking. Oh, right. There was... Wait, where was Manfly Ashes? Was that... Is that in the... Wait, Village of the Flies? River from Shadowkeep unlocking... Recluse's River downstream. Okay, it is. Top part of the village guarded by 2 Shadowcasters and several Flyman enemies. Okay, so there's one in... That's still far. You're already in Shadowkeep at that point. Mesmer Shoulder is the one that we got. Black Knight Captain Hugh. Scorpion River Catacombs. So is there one in each of the catacombs? Yeah, Fog Rift Catacombs. There's one in each of the catacombs. Gravebird Ashes was at the giant Gravebird in Charo's Hidden Grave. It's like they're like everywhere on the map, but nowhere that's fast to get to. Doubt that I will use any other weapon this run today. Seems unlikely, but just because we're already set up, it would take a lot of money to get a new one up. Yeah, there's really nothing good. Ugh. Gross. Okay, but sorceries is almost always Ymir +1, which could be the one in Castellensis. That's one I remember the best, but it's not necessarily the best other one. What other sorceries were there? You're almost always going to get 3 from Ymir, though, for ringing a bell. We'll do a speedrun on the DLC, too. Oh, for Lies of P? Probably. Probably. I'm not going to guarantee anything, but probably. Which means you need to get to one of the Finger Ruins, which neither of them is fast. If you were just doing a Finger Ruin, and you didn't have access to Shadowkeep yet, you'd go south. But given that Shadowkeep is probably more overall valuable, you'd probably generally go backside Shadowkeep with grabbing O Mother and make your way to the Hinterlands and get to this one eventually, which still is just like the most ridiculously long path, but Ensis one, when not randomized, is actually so good. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't actually know what it is. And then as far as incantations go, they were kind of all over the place. What? Did I have a plan? I had a plan for 6, but I don't remember what they were. Although they might be getting removed. Incantations and sorceries might be getting removed, which would help. Oh, the other... Oh, I know where the other last sorcery you could get would be, is killing, like, Rolana or Gaius or any of them and turning in the Remembrance. Which, like, if I've already gone to Hinterlands in order to ring the Metter Bell, you could just do Gaius real quick. That actually would not be too bad. The Lies of P will be much harder than the base game. Let's go. I am looking forward to harder. Love me some difficult challenges. Okay, well, to give my brain a rest first, let's just go put Florisax to sleep. So for this particular one, we'd go to the one at the south because we need to go Florisax anyway. Here you were slightly interested in Liza P DLC. Did you not want it to be more challenging than the base game? Because, I mean, that's kind of what I would expect from a DLC. The Elden Ring's DLC is much harder than the base game. Dark Souls 3's DLC is much harder than the base game. It's got two of the hardest bosses, you know, in Souls before Elden Ring came out. This game is already the hardest thing you've ever sunk 40 hours in.
Together, many things. Oh, give this. He asked me.
All of us are God gamers. Then become one.
Oh, I have to say it's wonderful. I don't think I'll have to think. You two, I'll mix up. If you find your sleep is that then take this concoct for you for all.
Okay. Then we got to go through Ancient Dragon Man. Oh, which is going to be... Oh, Ancient Dragon Man is going to be disgusting with this katana, probably. I don't know that we're going to stagger him at all. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens, but this might be just terrible. I'm also still practicing with, like, no upgrades, which is bad. And I'm not spending my runes for anything. But I'm getting better at all the fights with this bad setup, so... The stronger I can become, the more eventually that will, once we have, like, pick up armor, pick up talismans, and, all that, and actually spend Skidoo fragments, that will be totally fine. I mean, I should probably at least spend my runes, because I don't want to lose them, because we have reached level 85, which... I don't even know how you do that at all quickly. Like, it's so expensive. Luckily, somewhat cheesable if difficulty seems scary. You mean with, like, throwables? I mean, kinda. I don't know how much that'll do if the DLC bosses have a lot more health, but... SP throwables got nerfed a lot? They did? I don't remember them getting nerfed. Okay, it can stagger him because he has like 0 poise because he's not actually wearing armor. Poisonable, even better. Oh, he kind of just gets dominated by the Ash of War. Oh, unless he's just out of range of the follow-up. Oops. Really? He just wins that? After hitting him and it staggering him, if I just go for another R1, he can attack faster with his great katana than I can do my follow-up with my regular katana. That's wild. Classic Elden Ring. Good old NPCs cheating. Going for that R1 there was very silly. I thought I could still roll out of the way. He's cheating. His great katana wasn't randomized. Exactly. I don't know that you could randomize NPCs' weapons. I don't know that their AI would function. It would be funny, though. Oh. Yeah. Ugh. Jumps. Is this boss so hard? Not really. It's just an NPC. So if you're weak, you just die instantly, and it's completely random. But if you're strong, you can just keep attacking and not care what he does and win immediately. NPC bosses are much, much less skillful than anything else in the game, and much, much less geared, or much, much more gear dependent. If you have good gear, they are a complete joke that, like, can't do anything. And if you have bad gear, they can just randomly kill you with basically nothing you can do. NPCs are just horrendously designed aspects of the game. Yeah, you seriously, you R1 him and he gets to attack you back immediately. Oh, yeah, using a regular katana would be rough. Luckily, the Ash of War on this is good, because if it did not have a good Ash of War, this would be a nightmare. You have to just R1 then immediately back out. You just cannot go for anything. Yeah. I thought he was doing the magma worm one, so that's just my bad. Pulled the trigger too early. Is there hitbox disappearing during jumps? Yeah, it's the same thing that happens with players. It's just like copied onto NPCs. As soon as you start jumping, your legs and body are intangible. Only your arms, shoulders, and head are tangible. And same thing happens with NPCs. You can go right through their legs and it just doesn't count. Which, like, is something that they added for Elden Ring to make it feel nice to jump over enemies' attacks, but giving it to NPCs as well, while it, you know, oh, it's just even, you know, they just act like the player character. Feels so ass to actually play against. chase too well. Yeah. He can just input read that you're healing and kill you. Dang it. How have the weapon options felt? Sometimes good, sometimes bad, as you'd expect from randomizer. I think... I don't know if it's good or bad, but I think that the most viable option in general is to just get something from the Twin Maiden Husks and not look for a weapon out in the world, because it saves you so much time at the start of being able to immediately upgrade your weapon before you even, like, get out the fog gates. I assume that's allowed. If I'm wrong on that's not allowed, then my bad, but being able to upgrade your weapon before you leave the fog gates seems to save so much time later that it feels like it's worth it to just, there's something in the shop, it's good enough, go with that. Unless you get, like, the 7 worst weapons in the game, but, yeah, because otherwise, checking for a katana, katanas are fine. Checking for a greatsword, I love greatswords, but Milady is like, it's a little far. It's a little far. Be a little rough to check Milady every time. And then other than that, I don't really know what else would even be, like, a good thing to check. What other, like, weapon classes even could be good? Somebody more experienced than me might say, actually, the optimal strat is, you know, this other thing. But from how I've been playing it, it's pretty much just hope that there's something good in the shop. And if it's really bad, check for a katana or a greatsword. I do feel like this weapon's not bad. I like the Ash of War on it at the very least. Do that, please. Oh, stop input reading me! Oh, play perfectly, have to drink to get mana back, get input red, die. Okay, so where is safe to drink against Ancient Dragon Man? That. Oh well. Like that. That's when you drink. And you can see him starting up a move while already out of range of you. Input red. Okay. empty hop? Bro thinks he's playing a fighting game out here with that empty hop. I probably should have ran away instead of towards, but it worked. I think from that range, would have been safer to run away. Oh, what am I doing? Okay. Now we're back. Away. Doing attacks at weird spots where it's hard to get a counter in. Oh, he started his attack from super far away. Okay. We still win these. We win these. Easy. Woo. Is follow-up L2 not worth it or too risky? I don't know. Oh, also, we got Great Katana. That would be worth a swap, actually.
Hydrate.
That would be super worth a full-on swap. Favor the Hydrate. Even though we're trying to get to level 85, I think that's worth the time. Yeah, C means co-op, base game, and DLC, or combined, or whatever C word that means both. Warping back is probably not worth it over just walking. Consider cheese round if you time your combo and have to dodge perfectly. Why would that be a cheese strat? The enemy was still definitely fighting, and I was still definitely dealing with them and dodging. Whoosh, I guess? Was it a... I don't know what it would be in reference to, though. Oh, I don't have enough money to make it cold. I'll have to do that later. So it's not. But it stands for co-op. It can stand for whatever you want that means both. Both base game and DLC have to do it. Co-op, combined, Coexisting. B for Bofa. Well, what's Bofa? You say you're trying to get to RL 85. Eventually, reach level 85 is on the board, and one that I don't have a plan for how best to get a ridiculous sum of runes. Oh, I probably should have the golden Scarab on that I did pick up. I literally bought this for the purposes of getting to level 85, and then just, like, didn't equip it. Nice job, me.
On the front, it would be the full and your. Yes, now. There
I assume I devour Draconic Essence? Is that the transformation? No, that's damage negation. Okay.
In the fall, becoming a Sims lang batik fear.
You make it night so she's eepy? What's the quest like for put Florisax to sleep? You don't have to kill Bale, right? That would be too late. Golden Scarab and Gold Tender on Mesmer and Romina. And that just gets you there? Where'd she go? Isn't she? How do you? I don't know this. Yeah, it's enough. Wow, okay. Talk, night again, talk. And when you talk the first time, do you have to get that blessing that I got, or do you just have to introduce? I assume that counts as when she's asleep. As soon as she, like, slumps over. Because it's just put her to sleep, not, like, get the reward. Don't think you need to get it, but I can't remember. Okay, well, I can't exactly test this time, but... Yeah, that's not... Honestly, that's not too bad. Like, it's not rushable, per se. But you only really have to get through ADM. It can be tough to do early, but that's acceptable. When you regain control. Oh, it's not as soon as she's asleep. You have to regain control. Okay. I will try not to mark that early. I will attempt not to screw us out of a square by marking that early. Okay. Let's go. How many non-merchant bell bearings do you think you could get in the base game? How many do you think I should plan on? The 3 that I would do if I was doing the square as a rush was the one here, the one here. Oh, sorry, it's 2 for the rush, right? So I think it was those 2 that I would go for, and then the other ones that I could get is there, or there, which is along the way. It just wouldn't be like rushing. I think you need to get it, but I can't remember. They're there. They're there. 2. That's 4. I think there was a 5th one that I'm not remembering. I think I can get Bernal's, Corrin's, Blackguard, and Tops patches too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. None of those take too long. So if we really wanted that square, I could definitely get this one. That one's like pretty along the way if I know I'm gonna want it. Or I could come back later after, you know, Pillar Path Cross, come back, do it again. Or even do the Scorched Ruins skip again. Wouldn't be that bad. That one at Prospect Town wouldn't be too bad. That one would be along the way, assuming that I'm going to back of Shadowkeep, which I assume I would. I just need some sort of ranged option to hit it. This one would not be a rush. That's a much more dependent one, but I could get that as a 4th one. And then Recluse's River downstream is the other one that I know. Down at Rakshasa, which is like there. I think those are the 5 that I know. I don't think I know any other than those. I assume Hanging Pot Bell Bearings are the only bell bearings in the DLC that you can get that are non-merchant. Is that right? I mean, I don't think there even are merchants to get merchant bell bearings in the DLC. I think keyboard, you might be experiencing keyboard ghosting. Google it. There are tests to see which key combinations won't work. Plus D plus roll, then release D, then roll. It eats your input. That's weird. Yeah, I would look up ghosting. That sounds like that's probably what it is. How many? Is there a way to look up hanging pot bell bearings? Bell bearings. Would Moore's be a non-merchant? No, Moore is a merchant. Ymir is a merchant. Okay, so those are the hanging ones. Cliffside. Elac River downstream. Wait. Cliffside Waterfall. South of the Elac River downstream, Grace? Wait. One there? I don't think I know that one. Let me go see that one real quick. Dane, Hornsent. Did they have bell bearings? Hold on. Egon's bell bearing. Egon is not a merchant. But Dane and Hornsent do not have bell bearings. Because they are not merchants. But Egon is not a merchant. But you can get Egon's bell bearing. I've got the smithing stone ones, yeah. And bell-bearing hunters. Okay. So you have a lot of options, and I have a few good, easy ones, and then a lot of really bad ones. A lot of ones that would take me a long time out of the way. So I think probably the split would be 5 you, 3 me, most likely, for if we were going for that square. But I could go 4 and 4. I think I could get to 4 if needed. Yo, what up, Mad One? So Elac River, because that's just Elac River Cave. So Elac River downstream. I know the one at Elac River upstream. Well, actually, if I got Egons and I went to Elac River, 2 in Elac River, 1 upstream, 1 downstream. The one in Prospect Town and the one at Pillar Path. Actually, I could get to 5. As long as killing Egon doesn't lock us out of something. I could get to 5. These bell bearing you can get as soon as you unlock Radahn's Festival. Ah. Good morning. When is the event? It's the 16th to the 19th. This, not the weekend that we are currently in, but the weekend after. The next weekend. The Haligtree puzzle was stealth assassins. Oh no. Wait, that was... So that was the race. So wait, where's the bell bearing? I actually do not... No. It feels like it could be over on this wall? Probably not. It's probably closer back to the Grace. I believe I passed it. Okay. It feels like maybe it would be over here. Like you hit it from up here and then it drops down and then you get it. You can see it on the rock ramp going down. On this? Oh! I see it. You can see it if you're on the rock ramp going down. I see. And then you just need to... There we go. Send a few darts at it till you get it. Is this livable? Feels livable. Livable. Okay. Easy. I think it's a good lineup. Aggie and Blanks. Yep. Everyone there is goated. The only person who I'm not sure how much practice they have done or will be able to do is Lobos, but Lobos is goated regardless, so.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. This is how we pick mushrooms in Eastern Europe. Yep. When is the event? It is the 16th to the 19th, this next weekend. Okay. Let me go get all of the bell bearings that I might get, and then I'll assume that you can get at least 3 bell bearings. I'll assume CBD is getting at least 3 bell bearings, that I don't have to get 6. So I'll plan for 5. Maybe I didn't buy enough poison bone darts. I should probably just always buy max the 20 that you can get. And at what hour? You know, I'm not entirely sure. During the day U.S. time. Oops. Easy first try. So there's 2. It's the Iron Maiden Fear of the Dark shirt. No, this says AGDQ 2024. This was the 1.5 year ago Games Done Quick event. Of that band, Iron Maiden is good. I haven't heard a lot of Iron Maiden. I know, like, the Iron Maiden songs that everyone knows, but outside of that, I don't really know Iron Maiden. Does 8 non-merchant bell-bearing square only exclude the isolated merchants, hermit merchants, imprisoned merchant, and abandoned merchant? Might be a silly question. I think it's worth asking. I would assume it excludes anyone who is a merchant. So I would assume that Moore's bell-bearing would not count. I would assume... what's the other DLC? Ymir's bell-bearing does not count. Because they are both merchants in the game. They both sell you things. Yeah. Run to the hills. Run for your lives. Okay, so that is 3 so far or 4? 1, 2, 3 so far. And then the last 2 are both over here. There would be Egon and there would be that one. Although Egon is gone now because I already killed Ancient Dragon Man. So Egon would not be obtainable in this exact instance, but we know where he would be. So if we instead... We'll get the one here. Egon is gone. Duh. Where is he? Ah, Egon. I didn't think you could get invaded if Ancient Dragon Man, like real Ancient Dragon Man, was dead. But I guess this is a different Ancient Dragon Man. He gone already? I didn't have a chance to meet him. Doesn't leave many bell bearings on the table then. Not for the DLC, yeah. Base game, there's a good number. It's just they're very spread out, right? You could get any of the smithing stone or somber stone bell bearings. You could get bell bearing hunter bell bearings. What else did CBD mention? CBD mentioned, because I haven't really thought about the base game ones that much, but said Patches? Although Patches is kind of a merchant though, right? Blackguard, Bernal. Bernal's also a merchant, right? I don't know who Blackguard is. Oh, Blackguard. Yeah. America's. Yeah, all the ones you listed weren't correct. Those are all merchants, yeah. So you'd have to get the, yeah, smithing stone or somber stone bell bearings, pretty much. What do bell bearing hunter, do bell bearing hunters give bell bearings? I actually don't know that. America's teeths. Yeah. Blackguard also sells shrimp. Yes. So, oh, that does not leave a lot if you can't do anyone that sells anything. But maybe Domo did just mean you can't do things that are literally listed as merchants, isolated merchants, blah merchant. Maybe that is what he meant. I don't know. I guess we'd need some clarification. I'll post that in the Discord, right? Right, meow. No, that's still a merchant bell bearing. Ah, Domo says it's still a merchant bell bearing. So the CBD already asked, yeah. Was considered merchant if you killed him as a boss. No, that's still a merchant bell bearing. Okay, yeah. So I have to get hanging pop bell bearings, and CBD has to get somber or smithing stone. So that's a late one. That's a hard one to get early. Okay. Tricky. Egon, though, has got to count, right? Because Egon is never a merchant. Right? He never sells you his harpoons. You can only get it after he's dead. Right? I don't know. Or bell-bearing hunters. Okay, if bell-bearing hunters do count, or do give them, then yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's go get this one, because we'd get that one along the way as well, actually. Which actually will still get us to 5. So I think, actually, I could get 6, now that I think about it. I could get up to 6. If necessary, there are 6 that I could get. Animated 30 long emote messages are an ADHD nightmare. Are they? I feel like just seeing a line of emotes isn't that. Maybe so. Strobe lights in your peripheral. That's fair. Sorceries and incantations won't be randomized, right? They will, but either those squares are getting removed, which I haven't heard official word of, but I think there was talk of getting the incantations and sorcery squares removed so that that won't be a thing, or it will be the location of DLC incants and sorceries, even if you pick them up and you then get a base game DLC or sorcery, I think. At least some where the amount of motion can mess with your brain, yeah. The 6 Glovewort Pickers Bell Bearings? Ah, true. What about... Oh, 6? Oh, there were 6. My count is off. Shouldn't there be... like 8? Shouldn't there be like 4 of each? That's not what I've said to these wolves. Bottom, and then you just your way down here. Grab this and attempt not to die to this guy who's exploding violently. Each gives 3 tiers. Oh, okay. Cool. Didn't know that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 so far, and I could have gotten Egons for 6. I will call that the number that I can reasonably get. Bingus. Bongus. Let's need to be in 24 FPS. Cat looking in.
I am. It is a inland seeing that allow me to.
And then I've already done Ancient Dragon Man, so we would do this to most quickly be able to get our sorceries. Thank you for the hydrate. She's still EP. Don't disturb her. 8 non-merchant bell bearings. That's a knowledge check and a half. It is shared between base game and DLC, so you don't have to get all 8 yourself. But yeah, it's still a lot, even considering that it's shared progress. Don't waste my poison bone darts. Chad is really sleep deprived today. Do you guys need Tiolier's concoction? One spoonful helps you relax. 2 spoonfuls helps you sleep. But 3 spoonfuls... makes more sense to include base game, yep. That episode. Yep. What an episode. Been rotating like rotisserie chicken the entire night. That is kind of how I feel. Any given night.
The exhaustion only now. I have made a
Oh, they're not randomized. Wait, these are the DLC ones, right? These are like the regular ones that he sells? Is he just not randomized? Huh. I did not... Thought he was... Huh. Okay. Wait, it's further this way. Is that this spot? Okay, and there would be our sorceries. Also get Ymir's bell bearing after you kill him. When Metter is dead. Right. It's just like... I mean, I guess theoretically there could be a board where that's the case. That just feels really, really late to be getting a last bell bearing, but it's definitely possible. You could just say, oh, we can't get it right now. We can't get it right now. Oh, I'm going for Metter for this other square. Oh, I killed Metter. Let me finish off Ymir. No, wait, Ymir, though, that's a merchant. Ymir is a merchant. That's the problem. He sells his spells. So he's a merchant. So he wouldn't count. So never mind. Scratch that. You can't do it anyway. He would be a merchant, yeah. Okay. Incantations. So, like, sorceries, I feel like it's just always Ymir. Sorceries is kind of solved, and then your fourth one could be kind of whatever. But oftentimes just this one, if you happen to already have Ymir. Because it just doesn't take that long extra. But then incantations. What are six good incantations to get? That's the question. Let me rack my brain to try and see if I even remember like any incantations that you can get. There's Hippo, which is not super fast. You got to kill a boss for it, but like it's not the worst thing ever. There's that's how you get into Shadowkeep, kinda. Right. What's your favorite weapon in Elden Ring? Probably Alabaster Lord's Sword at this point. I really like Alabaster Lord's Sword. Ramina Remembrance, Mesmer Remembrance, yeah. That's a lot of boss killing to get it, but you could. Alablaster, our beloved. Pest Threads and Rao. Yeah. I think we decided you like have to go Rao if you want to get it done. Because there was Pest Threads, then there's also that one. I don't know where Pest Threads is on the map, but somewhere in there. So there's 3 in Rao. You could then do Mesmer. You could do Hippo. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then Sunflower Remembrance. That seems an unlikely one unless Sunflower happens to also be on the board. But yeah, possibly. Both Crucible one. Yeah, both Crucible ones. Pest Threads. Divine Feathers. Where's Divine Feathers? Oh, Rain of Fire from Salza. Right, you do Salza, which you're allowed to cheese because not an NPC. So that's, again, on the way. So Rao itself, just Rao, has Rain of Fire, Crucible, whatever, Pest Threads, Romina. That's 4 right there. And then if you, along the way, went through Hippo, that's 5. We can't rely on the remembrances since they are random. But I think we, well, and Rao has feathers. Where? Wait, do I remember that? I remember it had an Ash of War, the giant scorpion thing. Where's feathers? I remember feathers. I might not have learned feathers. Yeah, I don't remember feathers. Lower row? TP from the sending upper. Okay, so upper has literally 5 if you kill Romina. And I think well, Tom, was there a discussion between you and Domo? I think somebody said about possibly the incantations and sorceries were going to get changed or removed or something. You're going up the lift near Pest Threads dudes, go left, and it's in the water.
Percent raw input percent.
Later Pest Threads dudes. Left. It's no one. I'm gonna have to go there. I'm gonna have to go there and see. I'm not. Faculties are eluding me. I'm gonna go through Hippo. Squares are being removed, I believe. Okay, well then we wouldn't have to learn it. I'll figure it out anyway, just in case. Surprise, we fixed it. The squares are working. Now you need to know them, but yeah, we'll presume that generally it's not gonna be used. Percent raw input, percent indeed. Such a way with words. Hail from afar, golden arcs and that bear incantation can be worth as well since they are closest to each other. There. There's one there. Yes, that's a great one. If there's already 5 in... 4 in row? 5 in row? All you need is Rao and like 1 more? You could maybe even just skip Romina and go that one, and then Hippo. I don't know. I'll have to recount when I'm at it, but. Okay, I should at least have at least 1 Skidoo level. Maybe a cheeky little 2. We wouldn't be going at Hippo with 0, right? Probably. I also should probably make this Frost, but I don't have any money.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Oh, rolled way early. Oh, I could not see when his mouth was actually closing. No way! Ah, random needles. Classic. Make that attack. It's very dumb. Truly terrible. Okay. Where's Blake? Can I actually use that on this? So clean. So fresh and so clean. Okay, I would probably, in most cases, actually have armor. I don't know why I haven't bought armor at this point. And then we can also make our weapon cold. Make it cold. So simple and clean. I would say that.
Well, you're...
And then I know nobody else goes for the buffing meta, but I think it's good. And then be safe because I'm a little scaredy baby. And then ritual sword because it's just good.
Goodbye.
And then this would be my actual kind of setup. With whatever skidoo trees I have. Yep, strength is actually scales it slightly better, it looks like. Although, this is before I have changed it to cold, so... Now, what does it scale better with? Oh, I have to two-hand it again. Forgot that it changes that. $625 versus $625. Okay, now it's about even. Well, they were both about even anyway. Or alternatively, I could get more vigor, but who needs that? Okay, anyway. So there is one incantation so far. And that would theoretically be the fastest way through, besides the 2 that I bought. Following my own advice of leveling vigor. Well, we already have 50, so the extra amount past 50 is not as necessary. Although we would like to get to 60 eventually, which we will by the time that we're level 85, which... Already planning to kill Saul's on the way. That is the plan, yes. And then I need to figure out where the something feather, Rain of Feathers is. Because I don't know where that is in Upper Rao. But it seems like Rao is just the place for, what do I need this for? Actually, I have Golden Vow Dispel. Oh yeah, the armor helps so much. Yeah. Pick up near the Divine Bird Warrior. Yeah, but like... which one and exactly where? Is like... maybe there is only one? And I'm being silly and it's obvious, but... I need to know for sure that I'm not gonna just miss it. That is exactly 51 poise too, which is good. Is that one of the good breakpoints? I don't know what the breakpoints are. I have a weapon question. Does Bloodfiend's arm always have blood proc even if you infuse it with ice? No, it does not. But it always has fire, so if you infuse it with ice, it will do a little... well, maybe it does, but it's like such a small amount you're never actually going to bleed something. It does a little blood flame on the splash attack of its charged attack. So you can reset Frost with it on the same hit that you can actually proc Frost. I'm a big proponent of you should not reset your Frost. It's not worth it. But if it resets by itself automatically, instantaneously, as soon as you apply it, that can actually be good sometimes. If you have to, like, swap weapons and then, like, you know, hit them with a torch or, like, fire a fire arrow at them, I think that's usually not worth it. But it automatically, you know, getting rid of itself and being ready to proc again is pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Only one bird warrior, the others are horned ones. Okay, well, then I'm not sure I know which one is which, necessarily. If theoretically there was a fire damage dart, maybe. I could see it. There is fire coils, so at least you don't have to, like, swap out your weapon. But fire coils are a little slow to cast. So... and that is apparently allowed. Are we allowed to quit out for elevators? To not wait for them? I don't know if it would even be faster in this case, but... see ya, Salza. Resetting Frost is generally only good for true level 1, low damage runs, etc. Unless you have something like Chilling Mist, which does insane build-up. Yeah, if you had something like Chilling Mist, that could, yeah. Just proc it over and over and over. Okay, so in here, we have... so we already had Salza 1. And I think the rest are all kind of near the end. If I'm remembering right. Sometimes it's faster to just kill him because you have to wait for the elevator to come back down. You could send it up and then immediately pull the lever to have it come back down and try to cheese him while it's on the way down. But if he doesn't happen to fall off in time, you'd be in a weird spot. It'd be a bit of a risky play, but could work out well. Honestly, mostly just like, if I can make it easier on myself, that seems nice. That seems generally worthy. Okay, so we do the tree skip up here, right? Also hit him as you run by. Hope that helps follow you. Ah! Fast enough to fall as you go up. That seems really risky. Okay, so we said grab this, which is our second one in here, and then we go around this way to the elevator. I've seen it done once in a game. Ah. Do you have a thing? Ah! What do you have? Is it a revered spirit ash? Probably. It is. Okay. I did not know that that was a guy that had a revered spirit ash. That seems like ridiculously niche to go for, but good to know. Nice. Lost game one because of that guy. Dang. So we'd want to go up here. And then it would be out here. Ah, it's that. Okay, that's pretty simple. Don't know how I missed that the first way through when we were looking at incantations. And then you'd go around and get pest threads. Ugh! Ow. I think I had the armor, otherwise I was definitely dead. Actually, now that I think about it, would Ritual Shield actually be better than Dragon Crest Great Shield because I'm using Ritual Sword, and so I'd be trying to stay at full health? If you're already at full health, it might let me only heal once instead of twice to get back to full. Two-handed sword greater than. That's true if I happen to be going down there. The problem is it's too far out of the way for most. Like, you're not going to go... If all I have right now is Morth Ruins, I don't have any Graces down here. I'm not going to go through here, around here, through here, all the way down here to get the two-handed talisman. It's just way too far out of the way. If I'm already there, yeah. Blessed talisman. Oh, it's so good. But it's just unlikely. You can't buy it. Nope. And you cannot buy any DLC talismans in the shop. Only base game ones, yes. And only select base game ones, because there are some base game ones that you might want, they're not there. And the ones that you do want are generally very expensive. Are these games going to run a bit longer, you think? Theoretically, they should be much shorter, actually, because you have twice as much stuff getting done. So in theory, they should last not exactly half the time because there's still setup for everyone, but in theory, they should last shorter time because there is twice as much stuff getting done per minute. But realistically, I don't think they'll be that much shorter because there's also the like combined squares that ask both players to do something. So even though you're doing twice as much, some of the squares require twice as much stuff to get done. Most people get Rotten Insignia. If you can also buy Thorny Tier, it's even better combined. If you're doing backhand blades. With Great Katana, it's alright. You could do that. You could. It's probably going to fall off a few times during the fight, but you'll probably build it up at least once. And it'll get you some okay damage, but... So I'm perfectly okay with Gold Scarab for the increased runes in a lot of cases. Maybe not every case, but a lot of cases. Helps you reach level 85 better in this case. So it's like mandatory. And even outside of that, just having more levels is pretty decent. It's obviously it's bad early, but it's gonna, you know, eventually pay for itself late, and you could take it off late as well. And then I like a defensive one personally, something like Dragon Crest Great Shield or Ritual Shield. But yeah, I don't know. There's just not great offensive talismans in general builds. You can also go Axe Talisman for charge attacks, but I feel like Great Katana is more of an R1er. I would do a charge attack build if I got a weapon that felt like a charge attacker, but it's hard on DLC bosses. It's so hard on DLC bosses. Doesn't Spike Tier last a very short time? You're thinking of, the other one. Stone Barb? Stone Barb. You're thinking of Stone Barbed. Spiked is 3 minutes. Stone Barbed is 30 seconds. Yeah. Not with Great Katana, yeah. And we are unlikely to have backhand blades because we're not even going to try to pick up backhand blades because it's mixed with daggers. And daggers are so bad, it's not worth our time to check them. If we happen to randomly get backhand blades from... I don't even know where you would. But if we happen to randomly get backhand blades, it's a consideration. But that's going to be more random than anything. Okay, anyway, so I have now grabbed, only from things along the way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Almost all 6 just along the way to Rao Ruins. So instead of killing Romina, which you could do for the 6th one, you can just go back to Morth, and there's one that you can pick up really quick. So I think that's generally going to be our plan. There's definitely times where Rao would be too slow, but Rao is also usually progress towards something. So I don't mind going for Rao as the plan like 90% of the time, if there's incantations on the board. Which, also, it's supposedly it's going to be deleted from the board, so we won't have to worry about that anyway, but... yeah. There would be our 6th incantation. Okay, and then... only have 1 gold horn tender so far. I want a second one. Like, yeah, the R1 sequence on Great Katana is good for the multi-hits if you can get the full sequence off. But, like, what bosses are you getting the full R1 sequence off for Great Katana? Like, I feel like that's not an easy thing to do. Okay. So let's do Mesmer, then level, then Romina, then level, and then theoretically that should be 85. Yeah, you could get it on Mini Midra. That's true. You can definitely get it on like Edred or Geru. They would get staggered enough that you could get the full thing on. But that seems tough in general. Really good, not always reliable, unlike spiked axe combo, even if you have super good weapons for it. Yeah. I mean, like, I also feel like, ooh, we don't get staggered from that. Knight armor is nice. I mean, I even feel like, spiked axe is also hard to get off. Because, like, so many bosses... It's easier to get spiked axe off than it is multi-hit, because a single charged attack is less than 4 hits to activate the multi-hit. Oh, we got it with no FPS fix. Would I go for that in a real match? Who knows? Who knows? We could RNG not get the skip and then just lose. Also, is it a summon here? Or what's the thing down there? No, it's an incantation. That one is thorns. I remember because I was like, wow, that's a really good incantation, and they just like hit it there. You know the fights well, you'll get charged R2s off regardless of the fight, but I know what you mean. Yeah. Let's see here. Romina, I can get charged R2s off. Mesmer, I can get charged R2s off. Gaius, I can get charged R2s off. Hippo, you kind of force charged R2s. Consort though, you're not getting a charged attack off on Consort. Don't even try. What are you even doing if you're attempting to get a charged R2 off on Consort? Die for your blasphemy. Get killed. Death be upon ye. Thorns is a sorcery. Right, it's a sorcery, not incantation. Right. We were thinking about it for sorceries. Right. I don't think I'd ever go for it for sorceries, though. We discovered that Ymir is just, like, always the one. Even console, you get charged R2s after the gravity spin or the basic combo he does. Oh, gravity spin, yeah. Yeah, you could do it for basic combos, but why would you not just parry him at that point? Parrying is just faster, better, harder, stronger. Should have golden vowed before this. Oh well. We'll just do it without. Excuse me? Mesmer, my beloved. Don't you hit me with a weirdly lingering 10 seconds past the end of the animation hitbox. Ugh. why I didn't take the riposte. I was thinking about Horn Scent and how it's really hard to summon Horn Scent if you take the riposte. But, like, I don't need Horn Scent, so... I just need the Golden Horn Tender. And you have plenty of time, regardless, for that. Okay, and then... Ina. YouTube chat doesn't work as good as Twitch chats. That's true. What up, Coffee? On YouTube? It's a little harder. Gets us to level 77, which is almost there. Don't do that if you're going for hitless, but otherwise that's fine to do. Okay, she was a little weird there. Okay, she's just stalling. Oh, she's stalling. This is match losing RNG here. Okay, and then in theory, that's enough. So we would just dump it into whatever. 92! Nice. Yeah, that's pretty much enough. Just those two gets you pretty much all the way there. That's nice. 2 bosses, just make sure you use gold horn tenders on them. Okay, and then the last one, the one that I've been avoiding to keep my brain from braining too hard. 3 DLC Spirit Ashes. Where do you get that? Donut bingo. Yep. Like, okay, so it's DLC Spirit Ashes. There's the one obvious easy one at Fort of Reprimand. That's a no-brainer. That's an every time 100%er. There's a Spirit Ash angle now, right? Like, there's the legendaries. So let's look at the list. Let's look at the list, and if there are any that feel like, oh yeah, that's a good one. Is the gold horn tender drop guaranteed? Yeah, on certain pot nobles that also give skidoo fragments. So as you're going for skidoo fragments anyway, you get the gold horn tender things. So we've got. Don't know that it matters. Manfly Ashes, which are in Recluse River downstream. Late, but on the way to Jory, it's got some synergy. Spider Scorpion Ashes, which is in Upper Rau. We kind of passed by it. In this case of what we did now, that would be our best bet. But in general, I mean, it's not very rushable, but obviously it's got synergy. It's in Rau. Finger Creeper Ashes. That's in the upper place that starts with an H. This place. Finger Creeper. Hinterlands, that's it. Sounds like a World of Warcraft area, the Hinterlands. Which is far, but in our case right now, we could get to without too much trouble because we've already gotten to Mesmer. We could do the skip to get to the upper side. We could skip going through the back way, and we could get there not too much problem. Big Mouth Imp Ashes are in one of the catacombs. So there's one in each of the catacombs. We have not gone to Lower Rau at all, so the Lower Rau catacombs would be like really far, and I don't know where it is in there. And then there's the one in the Fog Rift catacombs. That one we could get to from Castlefront, but it's like way far in and really annoying. I would hate to do that one. No synergy currently, unless we have catacombs. So that one would suck, but we could do. It actually exists in Vanilla WoW. I know. I played Vanilla WoW. Aren't they in Jory Catacombs, Big Mouth Ashes? Oh, Jory's Catacombs is Big Mouth Ashes. Okay, so you could go Jory into Recluse's River. You're right, though. You're right. That's the one in Jory's, not the one in the other one. Yeah. Okay. So that, as a general plan, Jory into Recluse's River. Or I guess it would be Recluse's River into Jory, so the other way around. But Recluse's River into wherever in the heck Jory is. There, I guess. That's not bad. That's a 2-for-1 special. That is a 2-for-1 special. Okay, so Gravebird Ashes is Charo's. Some possible synergy. Horned Warrior Ashes. Enir Illim. In this exact situation, that would be a good one. Where we don't want his Spirit Hash squares. They're so... It's not a bad square, but it's so hard to, like... Maybe 2 would be too few, but it's like... Man, 3 really, really stretches your brain. Because we would have grabbed the one on the way through Enir Illim. Or sorry, the one on the way through Rau. And then we'd go to Enir Illim and we'd just grab that one. That would be the best for our current situation at this very moment. So that's kind of a 2-for-1 if you're heading to Enir Illim. Bloodfiend Hexer. Dropped by Chief Bloodfiend. That's a decent generic one. That's not too bad. Inquisitor Ashes. A second Enir Illim. So there's multiple in Enir Illim. So if you get to Enir Illim, you're kind of just set. Mesmer Soldier, that's the one we already have. These are the 2 from the other 2 catacombs. Hilda is in the upper section of Shadowkeep. So if you make your way to Shadowkeep, you can either go out the bottom and get 2, or you can go to the top and get 1, and then Hinterlands and then 1. So either way, Shadowkeep, you can either go up or down and get done. If you go out to Rao, you get 1, and then you'd have to go all the way to Enir Ilim for the other. Okay. Queeline, you'd have to do his whole thing. It has potential synergy, but you'd have to do his whole entire ordeal, and then you'd have to give him grace? Give him grace? Yeah, I want to say grace for summon. Mesmer Soldier Spirit Ash must be insane if the Ash soldiers are as crazy as the real one. You would think. Okay, you can kill Labirith or Ons. Possible synergy. Yolan and Anna, that's late. Florisax, that's late. Ornis and Telu, both possible. Okay, so to recap, you could get random individual ones, which are jails, what are the other random individual? Jails, Catacombs, or legendaries. Jails, Catacombs, legendaries are all one-offs. Although the 2 legendaries are kind of close together and they don't require any fighting, but Jails, Catacombs, legendaries are one-offs. You can then get 1 in Rao, 2 in Enir Ilim, 2 near the top of Shadowkeep, 1 in Shadowkeep, 1 in Hinterlands, 2 at the bottom of Shadowkeep, 1 in the river, 1 at Jory Catacombs. Or some ridiculous late game ones like Florisax. I think that's it. Yolan and Anna could be a square in itself. That's true. Like Florisax, Yolan and Anna, yeah. So, ridiculous late game ones. That's so many to remember. Let me find the one in Jory's Catacombs, because I haven't gotten that one yet, and the one in Recluse River. I haven't gotten that one yet. So let's do that one. Behind the big mouth imp? Yeah, you have to like pull the lever or something to make it something. So I'll have to figure out the best way through the catacombs to make that happen. Kind of dangerous on Torrent, very easy to get swarmed. Okay. Swarmed like flies. Man flies. First, I'll have to even figure out where it is. My guy has no sense of aim. He needs to go to aim labs for sure. That just wasn't even close. Okay, so is it... It's not that. I have no idea where it is. It said it was like at the top of the village. I don't really see a whole village here, just kind of some man-flies. River path down to the catacombs, stick right after the grace. Ah. It was at the bottom of the village, not the top of the village. It's not seeming very top of the village to me. Oh, or maybe it's at the top once you're at the village part of the village. Village of Flies. Is there a path to get into it sooner, like here? That I missed? No, doesn't look like you'd make it up here. So you kind of have to go around like that, and then they're right here. Aha! That seems fine on Torrent. You just got to do the little swoopy thing. It's similar to how you have to grab some Skidoo fragments. You have to make sure you're like coming in at the right angle where you can just grab and go. You can't just like go straight directly at it. Is this like too far down? Have we completely missed Jory now? I feel like we've missed Jory now. But maybe not. Oh, no, here's Jory. Oh. I guess that was kind of the intended way down. Oh, cool. Okay. And now we just find the Jory one. Is that faster than going down tombstones? No, but it got me a spirit ash that I needed. It's significantly slower than going down tombstones. Faster than grabbing it, Memory of Grace than tombstones. Yeah. You're still most of the way down already. No, I'm pretty sure you have to climb that ladder down. I don't think you can just jump down. I'm pretty sure we did a skip where you landed on the ladder and then grabbed it and climbed down. Although I did once on accident jump off from the ladder, but then curved myself back with an attack, landed on something halfway down, took no fall damage, and got to the bottom quicker, but that was probably not reliable. Okay, so pulling the lever to get behind it is over this way, I believe. It's just this. Oh no, that's just light? No, that is light and it comes down. Okay. Excuse me, sir? Ow. Excuse me, sir. There's the ashes. Gosh, those things are annoying. I just climb this. Hate those death mages, hands down the most unfair normal enemy in Elden Ring. I think the Spyra guys might be more, but it's very close between the two either way. Oh, that guy gets right in your way too. What a jerk. Okay, and then we're done at Jory. Okay. If you need Jory. If you don't need Jory, you just mog out or something. Hooray! Board filled.
There was a farmer had a Mitch, and speedruns were his game mo. M-I-T-C-H. M-I-T-C-H. M-I-T-C-H.
MIT?
And glitching was his fame-o. He skipped a boss with just one roll, and cheered with no shame-o. M-I-T-C-H. 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 He's sprinting into fame-o.
Imagine someone's that ghost flame spell at your feet is the worst. Yeah, I hate that one. It's so silly. It's just so silly. All right. So let's do another board. Let's make it 5x5. Let's do base game and DLC and all of that combined, but then we're only gonna obviously focus on our ones that we need to do. So we'll start to formulate how to see the board properly for the squares that I need to do, and how to make plans around the number of squares that I will actually see. Hello there. I think that's our next plan. So we'll re-randomize. Already ricocheting, stun locking, projectiles are worse. There's a lot of bad ones, yeah. Oh, the result is tails. Of course, it always is. Okay, so stop match. Yes. Settings. Where's the settings for the thing that I want? Change the size. Maybe that's lobby. We have to leave lobby. Make a new lobby with lobby settings. 5x5. This anti-flashbang window needs to go. It does not work. Also, didn't they remove flashbanging with a Elden Ring update where now it's like dark instead of light? So it's just unnecessary anyway? Okay. And now we open this, upload, randomize new board, and let's check that it works. It's dark Capcom screen. Dark Capcom. Oh. That's the wrong balance of squares. Hold on. Is it under... It's probably lobby settings. Again. Oh, edit lobby settings. Max squares in the same category is 9. Now we can randomize a new board. Kill Senesax and Lanciags. No! And now let's see that it's working. Got flashbang twice, which the update reduced to only once. Ah, okay, here we go. So now it's a mix of them. Let's make sure that it properly has... It should be 889 or 997. DLCs is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Base game is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then combined is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. That seems right. And we've got colors, yes. Colors for the different types of squares. So you can tell more easily at a glance that what we're going to be focusing on are the red ones and the blue ones and ignoring the yellow ones. We are red and blue. Okay. But yeah, looks good. Can start up new character. All right. True Pracky. Kill Conrad is on the board. Yep. That is a thing that can be there. What if we killed Conrad hitless after upgrading a remembrance weapon to max to use on him, huh? Or we could upgrade his remembrance weapon to max. The combined ones are brutal, yep. Lil Aggie is more giga bad. Sword of Night is a katana. Katanas are usable. Is Troll's Hammer good? Envoy's Great Hammer is Bubbles. Great EP, I think, is actually good. At least Impaling Thrust is good. Rapier is just a worse. Great EP. Sword of Milos, though. Great sword with blood loss. That's gonna be my goat. That one I am 90% sure is somber. If it's not somber, I don't even know what to do at that point. But I'm 90% sure it's somber. We are gonna want a parry shield at some point. But that doesn't have parry on it, so there's none here. Wait, is it only one shield in the shop? I thought there were two. Huh.
No matter how you're...
Duos, Mother Fingers. Okay. You know, the Sword of Milos restores 5 FP on kill. I had no idea. Okay, I need 10 strength and 19 dex. It's a great sword that scales mostly on dex. I think we honestly just go this, and then we'll worry about the rest later. If you build for Stagger, Rapier is about on par with Great EP. Why? Okay, I should actually make a plan. So, is there anything here that's rushable? Wow, there really is nothing DLC rushable, right? DLC Legendary Ash, I guess, is the best? And that gets you towards DLC Ashes of War? I think there's literally nothing else here that's even, like, remotely rushable. That is wild how non-rushable this board is. I mean, I guess with less DLC squares, there's just a lot less chance that you're going to get at least one rush square. This could lose me the race, but... Surely, surely Blade of Mercy is worth it. And surely this Scorched Ruins Grace is worth it. As we, from this point, rush.
This board may not be rushable, but at least Midra is on there. That's what really
True,
matters.
exactly. That's what we really want. Yeah, we're treating this like it would be an actual game. Oh, I could have gotten a pot while I was in... I should have gotten the hefty pot. I didn't see get 1 or get 3 of each pot, so I will need to go back and get a pot after I'm done with my rush square. I would ask CBD like when he's about to finish with that, and then I'd go back and get it immediately. I don't think there's a need to come back here, but... Yeah, this is like just a very... I don't think it has anything in the lower area. I think this board, you could just completely skip the lower section. If I'm not mistaken, but I might be mistaken. I'm playing this dumb. I shouldn't actually grab this many things. This many graces. I just don't need to come back to them from what I can see on the board. My board vision, though, is very bad, though, at the moment. I need to get better at, like, scanning it quickly for things that I need to keep track of. Also, we didn't reallocate our flask. There's way too much to do at the start. We were already way late. And we didn't even do everything that we need to do. I understand for base game, DLC, and combined. Yes, exactly. Wait, I guess... Oh, wait, it's 3 DLC Ashes of War. I was thinking of the other one. I was thinking of DLC, Spirit Ashes when I saw that. Ashes of War... I don't think would distract us from our Get a Legendary Ash, but that would probably be the thing after Legendary Ash. Ash of War of Milos does change the charged attack. Okay, then I will not use it. How fast does a Sword of Milos kill a pot guy along the way? 'Cause this is definitely a killing board, so more skidoo levels, more better. Okay, fast enough. Barely fast enough, but fast enough. Is Edred Ash of War or Incant? Edred is Ash of War. But my general two that I was thinking of going for are the one on the Scarab, and in addition to the obvious one, Savage Lion's Claw, which is why I got the Scorched Ruins earlier. You do the Scarab near the Forge, which is a bit shaky, but you get it, and the Scarab that's flying by Shadowkeep. But is there a Ash of War in Lower Rao? Since I'm heading there anyway for the legendary Spirit Ash? I don't remember one, but if there is, it would be very convenient. I'm gonna have to get better. I'm gonna have to literally just reset over and over again and just practice the menuing at the start so that I can get it all done in under 3 minutes, because there's just too much menuing to do at the start. I feel like the start time might need to be up to like 5 minutes with having to upgrade your weapon at the start. What's slower, getting 3 fingers or killing Midra? Because getting to sewers is already slow, but then you have Moog and parkour. That's almost certainly slower, but Midra is also quite slow. I feel like after this, we might actually rush Gaius, because we can do Remembrance Boss hitless, we can upgrade his weapon to max, and we can dupe a Remembrance at a Mausoleum and a Coffin. After we do this and the Ashes of War. Where am I going? What am I... This is not... Don't autopilot. That was me autopiloting what I do for all DLC bosses, but it's just not necessary right now. That's... If I need to go to Red Bear later, I could break that open later. I have no reason to break it open right now and waste time. We're going to hitless bingo where anytime you get hit, all your squares open back up again. No, that would be a very silly idea. That could actually be interesting, but very silly regardless. Oh. So you want to make it up there on the Spirit Spring if possible. Can you actually make it all the way? Hold on. Experimenting. I need to experiment a little. Can you, in the single Spirit Spring, make it all the way there if you aim right? I feel like you probably can. You aim... Yeah. Easily. Okay. Aim exactly southeast. There's a legendary Spirit Ash. The last board, Gore. Sorry, I had to step away towards the end there. No worries. I think we got a good plan for all of it. Now I'm trying to go a little faster on this one. I'm still planning, but I'm like trying to plan as though I was rushing. So for example, on this one, I went straight to Legendary Ash of War. I think that was a good one to immediately go for. And then I would go for DLC Ashes of War after that, if opponent had not taken it yet. Ash on a Scarab before the next Grace in Rao base. Ooh, between there and the bear? Between Lower Rao Temple Town Ruins and the bear? Okay, good one to know, because I would not have known that one. Yep, okay. Oh, I would need the Grace by Talier so I can come back and buy throwing darts from him for the Scarab. I was going for that one. Never liked rushing for the legendary one. Never seemed to line up with much setup. Well, look at this board and tell me if you see anything else that you think is better rushable. The only other one I saw was DLC Ashes of War. Other than that, it's like just set straight up for Gaius to do a Remembrance boss hitless, where you can upgrade his weapon to max and then dupe his Remembrance at a mausoleum or at a coffin. Whoops. Where am I? Again, I'm autopiloting. Stop autopiloting. Think about the pathing to where you actually are trying to get. Yeah, I'm gonna do the Scarab near Morth, and then I'll do the one. Isn't Later Rune faster than Gaius? Yes, but I figure that Later Rune is like, if both of us are going for them, if one goes for Later Rune and one goes for Gaius, the person who goes for Gaius gets like 3 squares out, well, 2.5 squares out of it, and the person who goes for Later Rune gets 1 square. So even though it would be faster, the lack of synergy on it, I think, is enough. Like, if someone went straight to Gaius, they'd lose out to me getting Legendary DLC Ashes and 3 DLC Ashes of War, so it's 2 for 2, and I'm done faster. But if we were going for a Later Rune versus Gaius, then sure, Later Rune gets there faster, but Gaius gets 2, right? Either Hitless or Ash of War I would have gone for, but it's pretty different for each player. I know that Bushy and Aggie both rushed the Legendary Square in their match. Gotcha. Ah! Well, that did not work how I wanted. Yeah, I need a better plan for this one. The idea of make it go backwards, I like, but it does not work out great. Maybe the plan is actually jump down, don't hit the Scarab, but instead hit the Misbegotten. And try to stagger him enough that he doesn't get to hit us back. Right, so do like that. Yeah, and then I would win from there. So I'm gonna try it again. Does Ons count as demi-human swordsman? Yes. He's one of the 2. Or what happens if you sneak through like this, but then past him, and then backstab the... Oh! Oh, there's the plan. And then just run away fast enough that they can't get you, hopefully. Ah! And then I would have killed it there. It's still spooky, but that's got to be the plan. Be an absolute gamer and rush ons at the start? Doesn't have any synergy. You could. It wouldn't be the worst thing. The Misbegotten, they aren't missing a lot, yeah. Okay, so the plan is sneak in, all crouched and sneaky. Walk past the Scarab, so it'll start going the other way. Backstab him. Ooh. Still get a little murdered by them, but just keep chasing the Scarab, and then I've got it. Okay, it's not the best thing ever, but it'll do. Okay, and then we said there was one between Templetown Ruins and the next Grace. There's a Scarab, which would be the next fastest one, that I should have grabbed while I was down here, but I didn't know about it. I assume it's just in the water, but I have no idea where. Oh my god. I hate those guys. Being able to one-shot from forever away with tracking missiles. I kind of hear a Scarab, do I? No, I'm just imagining things. Oh, is it here? Just chilling in a rot pool. Poison flower blooms twice. Okay.
When you cat.
Ah. This hopefully will get me out of combat faster than quitting out would have. Okay, so that is 3 DLC Ashes of War, and the other one that I would potentially have gone for would have been buy throwing darts from Tialier and get the rolling sparks. Which actually, in this case, also wouldn't have been bad because it could get us straight to go to Gaius for hitless. So I'm going to do that anyway. Because that's something I would have thought about.
Well, I'm not as weak as I've always been. I'm afraid the... Sorry. Just give me...
Technically, it wasn't one shot. It was like a 30 shot. Well, except that the way that the community has defined a one shot is one input rather than one instance of damage. If you have a one shot build, a lot of people say that that is allowed to be, you know, Comet Azure is a one shot build, even though it technically ticks multiple times. What is my favorite cheese? Like in the game or like, I think, you know, I think I might be a fan of cheddar. I feel like cheddar is a good cheese. Different 5 of those. Would you have gotten a 1/6 shot? Oh. That's surprising that I was actually immune to that. I was like, I'm so dead. But I was not so dead. Okay. So now we have 4 Ashes of War, so good. We know where at least 4 are. Provolone melts as well. Good flavor that doesn't kill you immediately on contact. It browns well if you put it on a pizza. Wait, what? What one kills you on contact? No sandbagging. We're actually leveling up our skidoo as much as we can. Skipped his transition because he tried to do it right as I staggered him. I can riposte. Oh, I can! Let's go. Bad. I probably don't ever need to grab this grace because there's the previous grace that we just already had. Like, it is possible to die between here and the next grace, but it's just, even if you do, it doesn't lose you that much time to not have picked up that grace. I just need to remember my speedrunny strats. Straight up to Gaius. Bone darts in case I need to throw at more things. Okay, so... I guess I would probably do this when I'm at Gaius, now that I think about it. I'd probably just run all the way up as is. I mean, I guess I'm, like, risking my runes, technically, but shouldn't be that risky. And then we make it to Gaius. We go back, we buy all of our talismans and stuff. And we come back and kill him. Although, the argument against that is if somehow I got sniped, because let's say that I was already behind on this square. My opponent just comes in and immediately snipes it. And I've got to go somewhere else. At least I'd have my build set up if I went and did my build right now. Whereas if I've spent all the time running and it's all now wasted because I need to go somewhere else, I still would have to go set up my build. So probably I should set up my build earlier rather than later. Could also go get Aspect of the Crucible talisman since I went through Hippo already instead of going to Gaius. But I still think Gaius is better and then Aspect of the Crucible after. Because Gaius has that like 2.5 squares. Combination of base game plus DLC. Yes. And then afterwards, I think it's Aspect of the Crucible, then Leda's rune. I think this one is has a lot of things that like are all approximately as good as each other, and so I don't know that there's like a terrible play to make or like the perfect play that 5 heads your opponent. Aside from just if you do the same thing as your opponent, whoever's faster wins. Checked it. Raging Beast is the Ash War you're thinking of. A teleporting one, though, so you would need Kukris or some other option, unless that synergizes with Gaius your play. Is it the one over here in this, like, woods area? Because, yeah, we tried that one before, and it was a mess. The wolves are all attacking you. The Scarab is teleporting. It was... Oof. Would not want to. Could, but would not want to. That's the one. Yeah. Ugh, I hated that one. I did try it once, but I hated that one. What? How is it down again? Because I quit out? I didn't grab the grace before the... Okay, the lever's over there. I can get to the lever again. That's dumb. Sometimes it does this. Ah, very cool. I love when it's sometimes. What is the solution to make it not sometimes? Like, if I never quit out and I never rested, like, it would surely have to stay up. So, big reason why I think going backside is superior. Well, in this one, I need the hippo anyway, so I don't see any reason not to go front side for this one. And I don't need to drain the water. At least it's, like, not that far back if you have to do it again. It's not the end of the world. Oops. I do think backside is superior in a lot of cases, but I think this is a case where... Oh, come on. Where front side would be better if I was not bad. Stop. Oh, come on. Oh. This is the worst. And he's just shooting at me, and I'm... God. Yeah, very cool. I mean, this is your absolute worst case scenario. Give me that. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, now we've got it, Shrimple. Grab things every time, but in this case, I would not need it at all, because it's only for heal the wounded kindred. Oh, but doing it at Gaius instead of before, I could get one more Skidoo fragment, which is enough for another level. Yeah. So I should do Gaius and then the build. That's why you do it. That's why you do it. So that you can actually get your build more online if you first grab the Skidoo. Right. The cat was a little delayed on that one. Just charging up. The cat was charging up. Getting ready. Read the room, yep. So we would grab this. Honestly, would we... No, I haven't even gone backside, so I can't even do that. We'd do that. We'd go immediately back to get our build set up.
And I can also that you're not then wine. I am caught.
This. I think we just grab those two. And then... I just always grab those. Always grab Golden Vow. Flame grant me strength. Our weapon is not whetstoneable, so we don't need to worry about that. And then always grab Opaline and Faith.
Goodbye.
Call it a day. That as our general setup. Seems fine. Weapon, now not necessary for this hitless one, where I could have got Blue Dancer to make it even faster, but... Does scale more with Dex. And then we would grab those, memorize our spell there. Already mix the Wondrous Physic, and allocate our flasks thusly. If the Ash of War stacks with the buffs, almost certainly. Well, actually, wait, maybe not. I suppose it could be a body buff. Or a... I don't think it would be an aura. But I could definitely see it being a body and overriding Flame Grant me Strength. Okay, you can't use the charged attack after using the Ash of War. Got it. Understood. Okay, let me see. I can test, actually, if it's a body buff. I think it's a weapon buff then, because it's not going to be an aura. So it did not... Flame Grant Me Strength did not override it. Ah! This debuffs enemies? I kind of thought it did, but I think I was told it doesn't, because if it debuffed enemies, then how would it change my R2? But it does. No, it definitely debuffs enemies. You're right. Maybe it's both? It's both an enemy debuff and a, weapon buff, I guess? Oh, what? I rolled that. Come on. All right. It is both. Ah, that makes sense. 800 R1 isn't that bad. No, we've got a pretty solid setup already. Too far away there. Didn't actually get him. There is Killer Remembrance Boss hitless. Theoretically, I would just get out of here right now to upgrade and dupe. So let me do that. Let me be slightly inefficient to do that. Because then I can come back for the Skidoo after, which loses a little bit of total time, but makes sure that I don't get sniped on these squares. Okay, we got Sword Lance, which is a non-somber. Or like Commander Dias. Yeah, I just gotta be like way more careful than I usually am when I have a Remembrance Boss hitless square. We also need a Smithing Stone 10, which luckily I got the Pillar Path waypoint, so that would not be too bad. I don't think there's any other faster one in this case. Well, that's such an insane stat stick. Not my kind of moveset, but it's crazy stat-wise. I feel like it's still kind of not that great. Even though, yeah, I recognize that, like, theoretically it does have good stats. I feel like if you don't have Impaling Thrust on it, it just feels kind of lackluster. If you've got Impaling Thrust on it, though, it's pretty nice. Or if the enemy's weak to Pierce. Happens if the bingo gets soft locked. Like if both players kill Egon, it's needed for a different square. Well, then it would be a tie. Or whoever can get more by the time it's like, oh, we can't get any more after this, wins. Ties are possible, though. So I should have grabbed that first before going back, because then I wouldn't have to upgrade twice, is what I should have done. The players die in real life. They can no longer exist in this plane. Pretty dangerous stuff, this bingo. So that's why you really don't want to... You really don't want to lock yourself out of anything. Now, I do need to go backside anyway, because we need to dupe. We will also eventually need to do Mother of Fingers, but it's not for a little while. I'm gonna die. We can also grab the pots while we're in Bonnie. That if you fail the bingo, you vanish from existence and your Twitch stream never existed according to history. That's correct. So we'd better not do that. Better not fail the bingo. Of course, we will need O Mother. And then after this, we'll do Leda Rune. No, we'll do Aspect of the Crucible Incantations. Because it's not that far. Then we'll do Leda Rune. Then we'll do... Demi-Human Swordsman, I think. Right. Midra's far... We could do bowls depending on, like, where If CBD is like, oh, I can do bowls, then that's like a, yeah, that's kind of an audible of when we do bowls. But bowls is definitely an easy one to do, like, right away. This is probably excessive safety. You shouldn't ever die here. It's possible, but you shouldn't ever. You just played not stupidly. Kill 3 friendly NPCs? That's a base game one, so I have not even looked at that. The existence of it. I'm gonna let CBD plan his own base game stuff, and I'm just gonna let him know, like, okay, for this combined square, here's how close I could be. Because my brain cannot handle trying to think about base game in addition. I can barely handle the DLC as is. But trying to think about something that I got no control over, that would be tough. That'd be tough. That's why I'm also going to hopefully have enough of a good plan that I don't have to, like, be like, CBD, what do you think I should go for next? And just distract him. That seems like a bad teammate to be. Now, if I'm lost, it's better to say something than to be like, I will struggle through being lost and let us lose. But I'm gonna try to make sure I have enough of a plan myself that I don't have to rely. Even though I think CBD could make a better plan than me, I think if he sticks to making his best plan for a base game, I think that'll be better. 2v2 bingo is more fun in your opinion. I like team stuff like this because I feel like it's healthier. Like, maybe healthier isn't like the exact way that you'd say it. I mean, if I'm like this and I got both of those squares first, I'm gonna assume they're gonna let me dupe, so I probably would take the time to talk to Ymir before going outside. And maybe this is greedy, but
It is a inland seeing that will allow me to...
I guess it would also depend on if CBD has already duped or if I'm the first duper. Because if I'm the first duper, then there's no rush for me to go as fast as possible. But if CBD has already duped, then I might just rush it to make sure we don't waste his efforts. The fact that there are now more combined squares, more opportunity for us to run things by each other. Absolutely, yeah. Which I think is cool. Alright, that's my part of it done, so I'll call that good. Let me go get my part of pots. Ding. It is a nice sound that I forgot to grab on the way through initially. Maybe not forgot. I mean, I guess if I was rushing, I wouldn't grab it initially, but... There's my part of collect all pots. It puts you on edge, really. I think I would want to go aspect to the Crucible before later rune. Like, it's a little farther in total, but it gets us closer to Consort. It's, like, very, very little wasted movement. Even though later rune is, could be done at an earlier point in time. Aspect of the Crucible is along the way and barely out of the way. So, I think that's our better plan. I might be going for too much efficiency, and I recognize that I'm probably going for too much efficiency, but I kind of want to see how it plays out. If I lose us... Oh, there was also a hefty pot there, so I didn't have to go back for one. Oops. Oh, well. If I had thought of that. A ding sound redeemed to bully chip. Like, if we lose, you know, a match because I'm going for too much efficiency and I just get sniped on everything, barely because I went for, you know, efficiency, then I can adjust my ways, but For now, I would like to try being efficient. Not overly efficient. I recognize, like, at the start of the game especially, you kind of just have to rush something, but...
Ding ding. Poor GP. Ding ding ding.
Or sound routine you could do is a phone vibrating. Ooh, that would be a rough one. Like that's a rough one, kind of no matter who you are. iPhone alarm, yep. Grab this one so I can grab the crucible and then get out. Actually, I mean, it would depend on the board state, but I think in a lot of cases, I would grab the incantation and then continue up to Romina. Because we know we will need Romina eventually for consort, if it comes down to that. That would be both aspect of the crucible. Assuming that's staying in, which I'm not sure it actually would, because it is, again, randomized sorceries that are not, like, guaranteed to be the ones that you're trying to pick up. Ding. Oh, whoops, what am I doing? What am I doing? Wait. Am I a genius? No, this is too... No, this is. Wait, this is the correct... Wait. I am a genius. That was actually fast. You would do that, and then you would go over here. I just would need to know that I did that. Accidental speed tech. Let's go. Have I played Clair Obscur Expedition 33? I have not. It looks very fun. I would like to play it, but I don't think I have time right now with all the events that I have going on. I even got another event added onto my plate if I have time for it. Tom and Zoodle's Night Rain Bounty. Is there still any kill a remembrance boss, sorcery only, etc.? No. Okay, so next... I was just talking about what we were going to do next, but I haven't done it. It would either be Bowls or Later Rune or Demi-Human Swordsman. I'm going to do Later Rune. I think Later Rune is one that I've kind of been neglecting a little. Okay, so what's the exact sequence of events for Later Rune? I think you have to have talked to Hornsent. Then you need to talk to Leda.
I am led, but you two, then you must have. While my true wait, I can weep. I should have. Those are the.
Suggest the Hornsent.
With the enchant on the other hand, perhaps you can allow me some.
And then I think you quit out to make her move along, and then she'll say, yes, we will kill Hornsent. What's my least and most favorite boss in Elden Ring? No, still allow me some time to mull it over. Then maybe that's enough. Maybe that's good enough. And then we go... Then we go Shadowkeep. Waiting for Mandragore too. Yeah, I know. I've got so many things. Hopefully that was enough. If not, we'll just open the door over there and it'll be hopefully fine. Would it be faster to come down the elevator? It actually, I think, would have been faster to come down the elevator. Or at least similar, but a little more straightforward. Ow. Now where's the Summonstein supposed to be? Aren't they supposed to be there? It's so funny that they're staring at a door that only opens from this side. It's not there. Yeah. So what step in the process did I miss? It's not here. Oh, sorry. Favorite and least favorite boss. Favorite Midra, least favorite Leda and friends. And I don't care that we don't count them in the 207. It's a boss. Probably didn't yap enough. But I even quit out and yapped some more. How much more yapping can I do? Do I need to, like, set it tonight, then set it tonight again? To have time for her to mull it over? Do I need to rest specifically?
Allow me.
No, allow me some time to mull it over.
The impaled revenge. How could I revenge?
Do I need to talk to Hornsent again?
Allow me.
No. Let me try Night Night. He has to leave first? Oh. So you go all the way to lest you two wish to face the reckoning before talking to her. Nighty night, night. And then you quit out. And then he's gone. Okay. Okay, and then he's like, okay, I will want... She's like, I want to kill him. Got it. Okay, talk to him all the way through to his final thing, then talk to Leda. And I think she'll still say time to mull it over, and then you quit out once, and then I think she's like, yep, let's kill him. Talk to Leda till Black Keep. Don't quit out between the two, just rest. It's probably about equal timing, but yeah, I guess rest. And then it's assist Hornsent to get the Leda rune. If you assist Leda, you get Fulks.
Where be Hornsent? I will dispose of you before your thirst for revenge beckons our undoing. I can no longer twist your words.
The nature of your kind.
Hold on, I'm just buffing. I'm just buffing here.
Interfere not with my business. What could your wishes possibly be? I do recollect begging for help.
Have you been taken in by the plight of the Hornsent? Foolish, far hardly than expected. Man is a compassionate animal, for better or worse.
You have
Okay.
bested me.
single betrayal. Enough to turn the tides. Unfortunately. But I will leave you be. For now.
Rip Bozo.
Not interfere. This is my revenge.
Good job, Hornsent. He's still going. He really wants his revenge. He's still going. There's the acquiring the later rune. Okay, so now if CBD was ready, it would probably be bowls. So I'm gonna go do that next before Demi-Human Swordsman. Dang, Hornsent, chill. Also use black crystal item to get out faster. Black crystal item? Do I have that? It's both base and DLC bingo. Yes, although I'm only practicing the DLC part. Because it's split. One person in base, one person in DLC. Oh, the finger severer. That we use on the final Leda encounter sometimes, yeah. Okay, I know what you mean. Hold on, let me just take an hour buffing. Unfortunately, the final buff has to be, Trimple. These squares kind of take a lot of time. Yeah, we happen to get really, really late squares. Like this is one of the most like late boards I've seen, but dang. I like this sword, by the way. Like, the only thing I hate its charged R2. I especially hate its charged R2 after you cast Shriek of Milos, but its R1 is so nice, and it's got bleed on it. It's a great sword with bleed. It's oof. Ask if you're a fan of the sword, seems my style. It is. It absolutely is. It's very nice. Does it Deathblight too? No, it just makes them take more damage, I believe, on the Ash of War. It's still pretty cool, but it's not, ow. Not quite as powerful. If it did, on the Shriek, give them, honestly, Destined Death rather than Death Blight. But, like, if it gave them Destined Death or Death Blight or something, it'd be cool. That would, like... That'd push it over the edge to, like, mega powerful. 'Cause I didn't need the pot this time. We went the simpler way. Remember when one of those pots killed a deathless run? Killed our best deathless run. Our one death run that was completely deathless through the base game. And had that one death in the DLC. It was, certainly an event. I think there's a faster way through, but with that pot guy in the way, I don't know. In randomizer, you can just go straight through because he's not there, but... Back when you didn't talk in the chat. Ah, those were the days. Ah, wasn't close enough. Oh well. Okay. And then everything left is just like mega late game. Midra gets us a double though, so Midra would be the obvious next. Like, honestly, I probably even waited too long already for Midra. Midra probably should have been a little earlier. Well, it is a really long ways to get to him. And I wouldn't know if my partner was able to... Well, the thing is, though, if you get Midra, even if you don't get the combined square of Hug the Three Fingers and kill Midra, you either force your opponents to also kill Midra, kind of wasting their time and taking away the synergy, or your opponents have to just, like, give it up to you eventually. And you can just be like, yeah, whenever you want, partner, go hug the Three Fingers. So, actually, I do think doing Midra earlier would have been a little better. So I think after this, we'll look back at my routing and decide what we think I did well, what we think I could improve on in my routing. Yeah, DBC is just whose job it is to do it. DLC, base game, or combined. Or co-op, or whatever C would stand for. But I mean, all the ones so far have not been like that long, so I don't think any of the decisions so far have been like terrible decisions. I do think that synergy on Midra is important. CBDs. Now, in a real game, it's probable that like the other ones that we kept going for would be taken by our opponents. So like, we probably would have lost out at least on Demi-Human Swordsman, maybe also later room. And then it makes it an easier decision to, oh, now I'm definitely going Midra. Which version of the bingo rando does this use? 0.87? I don't know that I could tell you, but not that one. It's a unreleased to the public version. I'm with CBD. Your team is stacked. That is the hope. I am hoping to be the carry, because we know that CBD is gonna need it. No, I mean I'm hoping to be the best of the underdog players, let's call them. Because every team has one person who was like did well in the previous season, and then either one person who did not do as well in the previous season, or one person who did not play in the previous season. And so I'm hoping that of the people that either didn't play or didn't perform super well, that I end up the best of those. That's my goal. And then if CBD performs the best of the people who did play in the previous season, then we're set. Trackmania style. Yeah, basically. It's basically that. I don't know that Domo wants to, like, call it that. You know, professionals and, you know, amateurs. Because, like, obviously, a lot of them are not amateurs. Parky is not an amateur. I'm not an amateur, even if I didn't play in the previous season of Bingo. Swed, definitely not an amateur. Like, but that is kind of how the teams look like they will shake up, is one person who did really well and one person who did not. Wish I could block your channel from my feed. I think you can. I'm pretty sure there is an option to block channels from your feed. There's like 3 dots in the upper right-hand corner. And I believe you can say, don't show me this again. Something like that. Don't show me this channel. Okay, now you're just being rude. If you don't want, I'm pretty sure you can do that if you don't want to see me again. No worries. Silly YouTube chatter. If you type exclamation bingo, you can see all the teams on Domo's tweet. They're here to troll. They ain't about logic. I guess so. I mean, the first one I thought maybe was genuine. Like that's an actual concern. How do I hide someone from my feed? It's like, oh yeah, that can be tough to do. YouTube does not make that obvious or easy. And I have no problem if somebody does not want to watch me. Oh, why is that not a backstep? Please stay away from these tombstones. Hey, there we go. What? That was the backstab. How does that not count? Can someone explain that to me? How does that not count? He was completely in the backstab. Stop, 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 stop. Yeah, okay, well. Yep. Oh, I hate this. Okay, good. That's exactly the move I wanted to see from you. But, yeah, I can't stop that because he got in the way. Gosh, this is horrible. Alright. Do the thing, please. Do the good move, please. Do the good move, please. It's not the good move. Oh my god. Do the good move, please. That's not the good move. Oh, that's really not the good move. Yeah, I could not move. That's the good move. Thank you. Thank you. He's gonna stop me from looping him, though. Oh my god, this is so ass. If he ever gets out, it's just Jover. Is there a post somewhere containing the full bingo rule set? Maybe? I'm not sure. Not that I know of. Are you kidding? Okay. Of course. Okay. But he keeps having the big guy out, so I'm just screwed from here. I can't do anything. And I'm just on fire. Okay. There we go. Okay. So now I can afford to heal. Because he can't get away. There. Thought so. Okay. Ooh. As awful as could be. Yathlin or AGNL, can you ban that YouTube chatter? If you haven't already, I don't know that I get to see people that are banned. Already banned. Thank you. I guess one person decides to be weird and somebody else goes, ooh, my turn. Both hidden. Let's go. The classic. YouTube chat gets all the fun drama. I know. Twitch chat has been too tame, you know? I go to Soulbag. Are we, though? YouTube been having weird bans. Yeah, you don't get to, like, ban them. It's, like, hide their chat messages or something. So it's like they're still screaming into the void, but nobody sees them, I think? I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's better. Lock them as the caster on top, but same thing. I mean, it doesn't really matter if I see it. It matters if, like, the chat sees it and it ruins the experience, and then it's... Because obviously you don't want to just sit around in a chat where someone's, you know, being racist or whatever. You be toxic to even the tides? Do you... I mean... I wouldn't recommend it. Shadow ban them and don't mention their names so they're chatting to no one. Take them out back. Big enough to have weird YouTube chat. I think you could have 5 people. And somehow there'd manage to be a weirdo amongst them, potentially. Well, both YouTube and Twitch, but... First ever YouTube chatter immediately get banned. I think so. Too young for Monty Python. What? But that was surely just like a couple years ago. Okay. After Midra, we'll do Tree Sentinel Duo. And then it would really depend on the board state for the super late games, which ones you'd want to go for. But... honestly... what would be the next one? Well, we're already there. Honestly, it might be Meta next. But it, like, at the very end becomes like a mind game of which one are they going to go for? And, like, if you're behind, you want to go for the same one as your opponent and try to snipe them. And if you're ahead, you want to try to go for a different one than your opponent. So that you trade squares and you stay ahead. So it's all about trying to predict what the opponent is doing. There's also the plan of if you're ahead, just progress all of them and don't commit to any of them, and then only commit once you see the opponent mark a square, which is, like, technically a lot of wasted time, but if you're ahead by enough, it can guarantee a victory. Have yourself here. Unlike in CVD's chat, the vibe's different. Yep. Catgirl actually understands the vibes. That's a rare chatter. Oh, you 07, I beg. I don't know. I kind of read from left to right, though. Like, if you were 07 underscore catgirl, I think. Lost a bet. Well, I mean, you should have thought of that before losing the bet. This seems like appropriate punishment for losing a bet, actually. Now that I really think about it. Probably go to like 40 and then some strength is probably decent. Oh, you don't have time. Interesting. This is probably the worst idea ever, but what if I actually go for a charge start too? It actually kind of works. Didn't have any stamina. Oh! A full madness. Damn. Full to death there. Okay. Did not, was not expecting that. I mean, I definitely, I should have rolled it anyway, but was not at all expecting that. Weapon is Sword of Milos. Okay. Tree Sentinel Duo, definitely the next one. OST is so good. Yup. Ding. Yeah, Midra has the highest HP pool of any boss. And yet he still feels so incredibly fair. So fast, like no resistance. Yeah, he definitely does not have high resistances, but it also, like, you can just keep up the pressure on him. Like, He's on the brink of being squishy. Just the brink. Okay. Set it to night here so that we don't get grabbed an infinite number of times. I mean, I don't know that it's actually worth the time, but I feel like this late in, you're generally not fighting for seconds. Like, at the start of the match, every single second matters. I feel like at the end of the match, somebody's getting a square by, like, a minute or two. So taking it a little bit safer is usually fine, I think, at the end of a match. And Matter, this would definitely be the end of a match. I mean, it's looking like we're gonna finish every square on the entire board in around 2 hours. Which, like, obviously, you know, your opponents would take some, so you wouldn't have to do all those. So an actual match would be more like an hour to an hour and a half, maybe? I'm probably like an hour and a half. I feel like an hour is a little... That's counting, like, no setup and no snipes that both of you had to make progress on. So actual match, probably like an hour and a half. I feel like that's pretty decent. A clarification of what mother of fingers? Metter. I hardly know her. It probably should just be changed to say Metter instead, but... Yolan and Anna is even slower. That's true. Not by, like, a ridiculous amount, but it definitely is slower. If I have no progress whatsoever down there, is it faster to go ADM or to go Elac River, down this, and around? I actually think it's faster to go through ADM, right? If all I have is, Polier, basically. Oh, and I would need to get to Senesax eventually anyway, so this definitely makes way more sense. Oh, I should have gone up to the right. Oh, well. If it's majority and Yolan and Anna are on the board, I feel might be 2 hours or longer. Well, but I mean, then it's unlikely to also be Conrad. And also, like, a square is not defined only by its longest square. Because if you just rushed Yolan and Anna, if that was, like, an instant win square, that first team to get it wins, you could get that done in under an hour. 80% X tax too. Yeah. Any parry shields in DLC? So it makes Consort Radon easier. I can grab random shields and hope they have parry on them, but there is no guarantee that anything would be able to parry. But yes, I would be much more comfortable with Consort if I had a parry shield, but all the weapons, including shields, are randomized, so I could, like, kill Moore and hope that his shield... No, that's actually it's a great shield, so Moore's shield never could be. I could pick up the shields in Shadowkeep that I don't remember where they are. Moonveil! Fire Knight's harder than most of the base game bosses, not gonna lie. Probably unironically true. Out of an ice square yesterday. What about kill 4 Fire Knights? 4 unique Fire Knights? Well, there's already the square for kill the 3, like, named Fire Knights that give unique stuff. So I feel like it would be too similar to that. Thank you for the hydrate. Give me just a sec there. What do the letters mean? They are designating whose responsibility it is to complete the square. D is the DLC person, B is the base game person, and C is combined. Or co-op, or something like that. So the ones that I've marked off for C are the ones that I have done my portion of. Your second playthrough, first time no summon lower level, finding a lot of base game bosses hard. I mean, a lot of the base game bosses like are, but it's like the scaling of them is like really high. So once you get into the DLC, you will, you know, you'll be scaled up enough and have the experience that it's not going to be. Well, it's still pretty rough, but doable. Combined based DLC. Yep. Truly based. Every time someone makes a CBD joke, he's being pinged. Well, not if they don't spell it right. Absolute Cooked Hippo and Rolana. Mimic, Frost, Great Katana. It's a bit of a gimme, yeah.
Twice the star addressed to on the contrary. Now, may you. Is he? Right, the conceit is then the answer never was Marika, and this no man we have. Have he knew that his track that he would feel in the play. Do you Marika? Well, it is them the fingers we all anew.
Also, I never went back for. It's actually gonna be worth it to grab these Skidoo real quick. Make the last bosses a little faster. I think, at least. I don't know if it's 100% worth it, but it's at least close to worth it. And could save me a death on something like Senesax or Consort. I do think we're not going to make it in under 2 hours, though. There's just too much left to do to get to Consort. We can get Metter and Senesax before 2 hours, but Consort we still have to do Mesmer and Romina and walk through all of Enir Ilim and Leda and Friends and Consort. That's just not happening. You uncommon variation spellings of your name. Ah. Well, in that case, it's kind of like up to you whether you get pinged, right? If you wanted to be pinged less, you could just turn that off. Like, I don't have it set to ping me when Mitch is in the chat. But then again, I don't know that the pings do much for me. Like, unless someone's typing at Mitriz, it's like, what do I care? Most of the pings I get, honestly, are from, like, bots, where someone will type a command, and it'll be like, we're doing bingo this weekend with these teams. Mitriz. She thought she could jump attack me. Here's how much setup happens mid-match for combined squares in boards like this. Southside access being needed only for duo squares is interesting. Yeah, this was a very interesting board for sure. Piano fingers. And then Terminus. I'm an animal with a greatsword. I love me some greatswords. They are definitely my comfort pick. You give me a greatsword and oh. Unfortunate that, you know, this weapon doesn't have a great charge start 2 or anything. It's no Ala Blaster, but... Great swords are indeed great swords, as are great katanas. You know what? Great hammers, pretty great. Great stars? Never seen a better stars. Great axes? Pretty great. Golf swing R2 great axes. Starro Fist, also great. Not great in the name, though. Could use some work. If it was great O Fist, though. Great, great. Yes, fight. Fight for my amusement while I run through.
Great is best sword.
Sword is best great. Claymore is in every Souls game, all reliable. Yep. Hard to go wrong with a Claymore. If only it was called Great Claymore. Sword is best served medium rare. There is a non-zero chance that this Skadoo fragment makes a difference. It's very quick to grab. Awkward. Lucky. Boom. Yeah, that took forever. So it's like it's just an infinite long fight. Bingo. Ugh.
The Scram Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-meter pacer test will begin in 30 seconds. Line up at the start. The running speed starts slowly but gets faster each minute after you hear this signal Bodhi Boop. A sing loud.
Bodhi Boop.
All that they felt. Do you understand now? Your ugliness.
Ah! Mesmer! Four of my beloved people! Bodhi Boop. Stabby stab. the butterflies. Give me the runes. All right. Roll meeting time. Shame that the Ash of War changes the R2 move. I mean, the original one is also kind of terrible. It goes from, like, really bad to, like, terrible. It's probably the worst charged R2 of any greatsword by default. And then after you do the Shriek, it is, like, far and away the worst. At least of all the greatswords I can think of. Using all that money before going through Enir Ilum. Yeah, I don't spend it before going through in speedruns. So why would I spend it before going through in bingo? My speedrun experience tells me it's faster to spend it at the end. And that I'll be perfectly safe. Nothing could possibly kill me here. Because we're always safe in speedruns. Honestly, we have so much more health and defense than we would have in speedruns that, like, I honestly do not feel very scared. I'm not even going to grab that grace. That's how sure I am. Even though we're coming up on the only dangerous part, the birds. Too bad for the DLC? Everyone is too bad for the DLC until they play the DLC and get good at it. Careful, gravity doesn't care about your HP. Okay, but I've ran through this place how many hundreds, thousands of times? I am not gonna die to gravity here. There's nowhere that's even, like, scary to die to gravity here. The enemies? Maybe. Gravity? No shot. Are you sure? Oh, what if I fell right here? Oh, oh! I made it. That was a close one. You've seen the randomizer deathless ones? Have you seen a death due to gravity and Enir Ilum in them? Huh? We need the tiniest of baby jumps. We still would have made it easily. All right. Hey, what up, Ben?
Don't you
Purged all the deathless runs from your brain. Perfect.
Needle Night Leather and Dryleaf Flame
We'll never allow this. Oh! Get out of here.
I'm sorry for speaking to you as a compatriot.
Hey, Claymore? Any Claymore enjoyers? That is a great sword. The strafe is so sexy. I do love that. Don't you dare. Unfortunately, no parry shields. We'd lose just enough poise. It's probably not worth it. Yep. No shields at all that I picked up, I guess. For the drip purposes, it is pretty drippy. But I feel like we need that poise. I haven't played this game in a minute. Kind of want to do a Soulsborne marathon. Ooh, that is always fun. Greedy of me, wasn't it? Only riposte him from the front? No backstabs? I didn't know that. Aw, rude. just run. I'm not sure which way he was coming from. Yeah. That's fine. We'll just reset the situation. And a riposte to finish, because why not? God slain. Hooray. Alright, 218. Man, getting to consort took forever. And then that fight is very slow without parries. That fight just takes forever. All right. And wow, CBD was he was prepping all the squares at once. Wow, look at oh! He finally did them all. Let's go. Okay, so that is like the maximum time that a match could last. Basically, well, unless like the base game people were not finished at this point. But that is the absolute maximum time that a match could like ever last, because, you know, having other people in the game will only ever make it faster. When you're competing for squares and they get marked before you get there, and then you know, go and do something else. So the maximum possible time is like 2 hours, 20 minutes. And that was like the latest game board we've like ever seen. Midra, Conrad, and Metter. Yeah. And Senesax, who, like, fighting Senesax is basically as long as Bale, and there isn't even, it's not that long to get up to Bale. Like, that was... Bale was the only thing that was maybe missing from that being the latest game board possible. Hi. What up, you Van God? Look at the enemy team, not even getting a single square. Such noobs. I know, right? We really cooked them. We really cooked them. Hi, I'm not new here. You sure? All right, let's do another board now. What time is it? 3 a.m.? Another 2 hours from now. Be a bit... It'd be pretty late. Be possible. Be possible. Was there something else that I wanted to do with a little bit of stream time? Oh, if we were gonna submit any Sekiro incentives, I did want to think about that. Are there any Sekiro incentives we want for our all bosses? Glitchless? That I should make a submission, little incentive submission video for?
Defeat a Skitchimon warrior and headless without confetti and blindfolded.
No. That's, first of all, too many words. Let's start with that. Too many words. For that. Something, you know, that you can simply be like this. Conrad's actually really clever. Can't believe I haven't heard that either. I love Conrad, yeah. Head stomp only sounds perfect. Who needs any other run at GDQ anyway? Yeah. The idea that we had so far was Gyobu blindfolded, just Gyobu, which I think could work, definitely. It would not be a bad one. But is that... I mean, we could submit that and other things. But I wouldn't necessarily need to make a video of that either, because I can just make a clip out of our, you know, PB or world record or whatever, blindfolded run, and I can just be like, here's just the blindfolded Gyobu part. Also, let me stop this match. Stop the match! Mayamo! Yo, Blindfolded is kind of nice, as the fight is scripted, if I remember correctly. Blindfolded, it's not really scripted. It's just, you have something to do, like you can react. It's reactive, not scripted. So whatever he does, you can get back into the rhythm of it. And obviously, since he's an early enough boss, it's not like that bad. We could also submit something like Charmless or Demon Bell. The problem with that being, it makes the whole run longer. It's not just like the one part that's like a bit longer. It's like the whole run becomes longer and our strats don't work anymore. And so that's probably a no. Go with the blindfolded no targeting Gyobu. That one was fun. Oh, that was awful. Have you already done Sekiro blindfolded? Yes, but I think blindfolded is still very fun and still something that a lot of people like to see. So just because we've seen it before doesn't mean we can't see it again. Let's launch up the old Sekiro. See if I still got it. Let me load up my Sekiro save data. Go to my glitchless Gyobu file and see if I can remember how to fight it blindfolded. Because, like, I might not remember at all. This is probably a good enough file. Hopefully, whatever my current Sekiro file is, I don't need it all. I have no idea what the last thing I was doing in Sekiro was, but... oh, well. It's erased now. I guess the last thing we were doing was randomizer races? Yeah, I wouldn't need those. Sekiro 106. There. Elden Ring blindfolded? That's a cool one, but I that's not exactly a donation incentive to add on an entire extra run. Is there a YouTube video of that? Of Sekiro blindfolded? There is. Absolutely. Oh, Mortal Blade? I mean... could. Oh, wait, also, let me... I need borderless gaming. Which apparently now, if you want... currently, you need to pay for, but I have it back when it was free. Ha 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 ha. Also, let me close the bingo thing so we're not confused on this. Let me change the stream title. And then changing the YouTube title is more work. So I don't have a way to do that automatically. Okay, edit. Okay, close enough. I think people will understand. Okay. I don't have an Akko sugar on this file. That's fine. Who needs an Akko sugar? Who needs an Akko sugar? I do need to set up in a specific positioning, though. Oh, I don't remember. Oh, I don't remember how I set up the positioning here. Wait a minute. Maybe I don't go with it. Oh, God. Never mind. Hold on. This file does not have any idols grabbed along the way. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna go as is. And see. Oh, this will take me a hot minute to remember the strat. We'll just pretend. We'll pretend that I have the right setup, and I'm just gonna, all you really need to do is have the right angle anyway, so I could set that up eyes open, then put on the blindfold and go, and we'd be fine. Posture breaking bosses instead of health bar. That's how you usually do it. That's the way. Your mortal achieved this. Mission locked up in Area 51, surely. Because you go forward till... Okay, I am still randomized. Okay, hold on a second. I need to remove the randomizer. Hold on. Restart the game. Inverted controls. That's such a boring incentive because it's a thing that's a challenge for me, but you don't get to see that. Like, if you look at it, you'd have to look really hard and they'd have to have a camera set up on your hands to even know that the controls were inverted, right? So, like, it's a really boring donation incentive. Even if it is a good challenge to do. It's a bad donation incentive. It needs to be something that, like, if somebody comes into it halfway through and they didn't, like, hear the exact setup, they can still find it interesting. GDQ incentive to just have the game randomized and not acknowledge it. Okay, now are we... Unlocked on now? Yeah. Yeah. It's really not that hard.
Which monk?
Let me put on the blindfold so that it actually works. I wasn't sure if I was going to need to, like, open my eyes at some point to reorient myself, but I kind of just remembered it. So let me put on the blindfold now so it's, you know, believable. Because the tiny little camera there, I'm sure you guys could not tell for sure that my eyes were closed. They were, but let me put on the blindfold so you're sure. And I can show it to the camera that it is, in fact, solid. Even putting it up to the light, you're not having, like, the light bleeding through. Put it all the way up to the camera. Let's see. Nothing getting through that. And, yeah. Let me load back up the save. Yeah, have you put on your micro Bluetooth earpiece? It's actually just built into my headphones now. It's much more convenient. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna face roughly this way. I don't know that it matters, and hopefully we'll just be able to target him at the start. That's all that really matters. Sorry, I can't read your chat, even if the blindfold is off. My vision's too bad, so, here we go. Hello? 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 What did I do? Did I...
Tutorial pop-up.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, I don't have the tutorial pop-ups disabled because I don't have live split. Okay. Very cool. Here's hoping. I was so confused. No! Don't send me back. All right, hold on. One more try. We got one more try. We got this. One more try. The wall. Not the wall. Meow. Lost the lock on. Yep. I figured at the end. He's just pretending for content. Yeah. Loss upon death. All right, so if I open up Live Split real quick here, just to get these tutorial pop-ups out of the way. I would mod them out normally, if I needed to. Sekiro, all bosses, mini bosses, glitchless. It's the actual Live Split that we should be using. Holy, there it is. Okay, now we shouldn't have any random tutorial pop-ups. There we go. Okay, this time we've got it. Tutorial pop-ups are so troll sometimes. Especially Blindfolded. But it's got to tell me, you just resurrected. It's like, yes, thank you, I know that. Also, I should probably have, even though it's only one, I should probably have my healing gourd equipped. Okay, I got him this time, though. Easy. Don't worry about it. Ooh, there it is. All right. Told you I get it the second try. No Gyobu beats Blindfolded Mitriz twice. Easy. And there it is, yeah. That's there's a showcase of how we could do Blindfolded Gyobu in our all bosses glitchless speedrun. Theoretically, we could also do it with the refight in the memory later, if needed at the end of the run. But it's I think it's cooler if you do it in the middle of the run. You're like, this is just my normal setup that I'd have fighting the boss normally. One heal, you know, all that I think is cool. What happens with you? Am I blind now? Yeah, that's it. I lost my sight. But luckily, this you know, fancy gadget helps me to see again. What that guy's name was? He never mentioned it. How do I take my blindfold off, though? That's the hard part. All right. He's gaming. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Any other ideas we have for random boss challenges or cool, fun things like that? I don't think we need an incentive because I'm almost positive we're going to be at the end of the marathon right before Bloodborne, which is the bonus game. However, they'll probably make the Bloodborne bonus game a milestone. Like, if we reach $2 million, we get Bloodborne. So it could have an incentive where, you know, also if we raise $100,000 specifically for Sekiro Blindfolded, then he'll do it blindfolded. So it would be cool to double up. Ending incentive, that is definitely a possibility. That is definitely a possibility. I feel like it's a little boring for a, like, end of the marathon incentive, but I'll submit that. I think that's a good submission as well. $1 million a beat, Kazan, no weapon in one sitting. Yep. Well, actually, now that we've done it once, and now that I know that I can do a 19-hour stream, that actually might be possible. There's going to be a blindfolded Father Owl fight. I don't know him well enough. He wasn't along the Shura route, so I don't know him well enough to do him. I could attempt to learn him by then, but I can't really submit it right now, because I can't do that at the moment. All right, so I think those are then our two good ideas. Ending and Yobu blindfolded. Feel like two good ones. The ending is like a little basic, but if they don't want any blindfolded or anything, it's probably good. Are there any other bosses that we could do blindfolded? Ogre feels too simple. Yobu feels like a better one to do blindfolded than Ogre. Bull, I don't want to do. Genny is cool, but takes way too much setup to get all the resources required. So, and some people would just complain that you just cheese Genichiro, which is just true. You just would. So I feel like Genny is not as great of one. Butterfly, I don't know how to do Butterfly blindfolded. No consumable incentive for the whole run. That'd be way too slow. We don't want something that just takes, that's just going to make the whole run take way longer. We, like, Fake Monk. Ooh, Fake Monk blindfolded could also be a fun one. That's a good one. Let me load up the save for that. Which I'm sure I have somewhere. Here. Corrupted Monk could be a good one. But you do the cheese anyway. That's exactly, that's what you do. You do the cheese. You buff up. You do the snaps. You swap to the ashes. You do the firecrackers. You swap back. You finish with the ash. And she dies. No consumables, prosthetic for specific bosses. Could be. I don't feel like that's impressive enough, though. Like, someone who knows Sekiro might be like, oh my god, oh, you're gonna, oh. But, like, I feel like for a general watching public, it's like, oh, you're not gonna use a certain tool. Okay. I wonder what that is. Whereas blindfolded is like, whoa, he's gonna blindfold a boss? Right, you gotta keep in mind that these incentives are generally for mostly non-Sekiro watchers. As opposed to, like, everybody that knows Sekiro. Let's see if I remember how to do Monk. I probably don't, actually. Yobu, you can just kind of wing it. Monk is a little trickier. I have to, at the very least, know the timing. So, actually, hold on. Let me just close my eyes. for the first attempt at this. So that way, if I need to open my eyes, we'll be fine. Just follow the song. I think I counted in dashes. I think I remember counting in dashes. Double gorilla, no prosthetic. People would have seen the single gorilla. Just follow the song. Yep, yep. Okay, so I'm gonna assume it's 6 in, then snap. It's like 3 target, 3 snap. Let me try it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay, it's a total of 7. At least, if not 8. And you can't target until at least 4. So probably 4... Probably 5 target 3 snap. Okay, so it would be buff. 2, 3. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, it's pretty simple. As long as I get close enough to her at the start, it's pretty simple. Okay. Now let me do it blindfold on so that it feels more legitimate. Why is this upside down? I just had that on my head upside down. Okay. Okay. I messed up. Okay, yeah. Understandable, understandable. Okay, okay, I don't know. Miscounted. It's fine. We win anyway. Aw. It's fine, it's fine. It was fine the whole time. Is it all bosses run? It will be all bosses glitchless at SGDQ, yes. Ooh. Okay, I don't feel like that one was quite as impressive as the Gyobu one, but it was certainly something at least. Can you do a hard boss? I mean, that is a hard boss. We just happen to have a stun lock for it. And then after that, Ape, I do not want to pin the hopes on Ape. Ape is a menace blindfolded. The monkeys is kind of cool, but it's like pathing rather than it's pathing rather than like an interesting fight. Double Ape, you kind of just unlock, but it is kind of cool. Ishin is also actually very cool, but really hard. I could die on Ishin a lot. I think Yobu remains our #1 blindfolded candidate. So if we wanted something else, we'd probably have to think of a different thing than blindfolded. I think Yobu blindfolded is the #1 choice. You know, why are you thinking of different games? We're looking for a Sekiro incentive potentially. That's a whole different ball game there. Not even ball. That's just a whole different game. Okay. I think that's good. I think that's a good idea. It's a good idea, but I can't submit that as an incentive for Sekiro. Okay, at the end of my Sekiro run, let me play a different game. They'd be like, why are you trying to sneak a second game into the marathon? Giga Chad move, yeah. Let's see here. Let me look through all the bosses and see if there's anything I can think of. There's a lot of bosses. Ooh. Well, how about this? How about this? At the end of the run, add in the 3 inner bosses. There's no way we'd get in the entire extra gauntlet. That's like a half an hour to do the gauntlet. But what if at the end we just load up a save file that has all the gauntlets unlocked and we just do the 3 inner bosses? We do inner Genny, inner Ishin, and inner Owl. That'd be cool. Okay, let me load up my... I think I had a save that was for gauntlets. Yes. Let me load up this save and we can show off just those. Blindfolded? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So we could show off that there's these refights in the game, and at the very bottom, these extra hard versions of them. I think that would be cool. And it fits with the theme of an all bosses run. We could say, we can add in Emma and Ishin, the 2 bosses that we missed in our like regular speed run. If they would let me. Maybe that's too much, but we could quickly do Emma, Ishin, and the 3 inner bosses. Old Mitch would have done blindfolded. No! Old Mitch never learned the blindfolded. At the end of the Sekiro run, just a quick Elden Ring all bosses 4 players run. As a treat, yes.
Let's
A quick Emma, then a quick Ishin. This incentive could be called True All Bosses. Yeah, something like that. I think that would be kind of funny.
Sure.
Oh, does he still got it? He still remembers? Wait, I don't have Mortal Draw equipped on this file. Ah. There we go. He still remembers. I forgot though that this file we were doing sword only.
Sekiro, it was not.
Why did I have praying strikes then? Did we have like a random meme challenge day where we were like praying strikes only boss kill? Either way, we get the 2 bosses that we don't normally see in the run. And then we get the 3 inner bosses. For style, of course. Hopefully we get, oh, actually we're not yet at the lightning phase. Once we get to the lightning phase, I hope we get the... Get to show off the cool new lightning. I mean, it's taking long enough, we probably will. I doubt he gives us a 0 lightninger. Alright. Give me the lightning. Yeah, there it is. Where he deflects it back at you, so you have to deflect it back at him again. Oh, it's so good. Oh, one more time. Boom! Oh, it's so good. What a wicked ending. Cinema. Then Inner Father. Ooh, oh my goodness. Hopefully we remember, because he is tough. Ooh, yep. Yep. There he goes. He's just... It kind of makes it less impressive when he keeps doing it. Oops. A little early on that. Oh, my bad. Woo. Okay, absolutely not hitless, but we got him. Nice. You should soccer dance to counter a soccer dance for the showcase. Ooh, that's actually a great idea. When we get to Genny, swap to soccer dance. I'm so down for that, actually. Oh, the coolest thing ever done in a video game to date? The inner bosses are very cool. They're a little buggy, but they're very cool. All right, and lastly. Yep. Just gotta show off the BS that is that move. Oops. English voice acting? Yeah, it was on from when I did the Blindfolded stuff, and it doesn't change back when you just load a save. You have to, like, close the game or, manually swap it. Oh. Referring to the lightning reverse. Yeah, Sakura dance, yeah. Luckily, he cannot reflect it back at us. Oh, what if we Sakura danced here as well? What? There we go. Got him. Easy. All right, there's our showcase of the 2 bosses you don't get to see in an all bosses run, and the 3 extra super difficult inner bosses. Cinema. When is SGDQ? Do we have a date? It's early July. 1st to 7th or something like that? Like really early July. Whatever that week is, that's the first like full week of July. And there we go. Made this boss look like nothing? I mean, we do have a few hours of practice in there. He did also kill me once though with that that opening move. It is just it's ridiculous. Mortal Blade made it so easy. Well, we swapped off of Mortal Blade. We only did Mortal Blade, what, once in that whole fight? I think I never saw Ishin use that move, but this is inner Ishin, and I never fought him. Yep, he's got a few extra cool moves to show off. Gotta fight Gyobu in Spanish. We need the Meyamo? Nah, Japanese. What? Oni wa Gyobu Masataka. I've not been able to figure out how to deal with that opening move. It's, you run away. The actual way to deal with it, here, let me show you real quick.
Count Sekiro.
You get him to start doing it, and you dip. Oh, I got a little too hasty on running back in. You stay out until it's fully gone. That's it. That's the way to deal with it. There's no other way to deal with it. That's just it. Oh, you can Mist Raven it. Yeah. Sorry, you can Mist Raven it. I was thinking for sword only, but you're right. I think you... Well... Actually, you might Mist Raven the first bit and then just still get hit by the second bit. I'm actually not sure. Can you jump on his head? You'll still get hit. Here, let me show you. Mist Raven the first. The second is a donut. Oh, right. Because it... Yeah, well... I think it's like the third is a donut, but yeah. He angles it upward at you. Did you see that? He goes shing, like fully upward to catch you out of the sky. He's like, I'm onto your tricks. Now I'm just fighting him again because it's just fun. I know, right? Like, he just like, don't care that you're in the air. Gotcha. Let's using Mist Raven for style points when you fought him last. 2 attacks, and the second is a donut. Mist Raven is very funny with this one. Yeah, I don't... wait, do I have... I do have Mist Raven. Okay, yeah, I could do that. I want to see how Mist Raven works on it. I've never tried Mist Raven on him before. All right, let me see. Let me see how it works. Is that the idea? Get AGNL in to fight inner Ishin? Well, sounds like she's the pro.
Count Sekiro.
Okay, so I'm bad, apparently. I did not time it correctly, I think. I thought it lasted like forever. Arna can recognize which Sekiro boss I'm fighting based on the deflect sounds. No, she has never played this game. Nice.
Count Sekiro.
Yep, there we go. Oh, it kept the Sakura dance. Cool. Just using a Sakura dance in neutral was a little weird. But using it to counter the lightning, oh, it's nasty. Oh, you destroy him with Sakura dance. That might even be more powerful than Mortal Draw is. Looks cool on top of its strength. Yeah, it's so good.
Farewell.
Okay, cool. I think that properly shows off the extra incentive there. 11 out of 10 for style points, easily.
Now you can officially no-hit in Sheen.
That time I got hit once, but yeah, I have no-hit Inner Ishin several times, officially. We almost got the entire Mortal Journey Gauntlet, Demon Bell, no Kuro Charm, hitless. Almost. We had 2 hits. We got down to a PV of 2 hits. We got the entire Mortal Journey Gauntlet, Demon Bell, no Kuro's Charm. We were so close. I don't remember what the 2 hits were on. I think one was on Demon and one was like early on, but I just kept going and I was like, oh, that's fine. Did you miss the blindfold part? You did miss the blindfold part. But we will hopefully be also showing it off at SGDQ, so you'll get to see. Okay, cool. I think I'm happy with those as submissions, so I'm gonna, I think we're gonna call it here. I think that was good. That was what I wanted. We got the last bingo squares that I wanted to think about. Then we got through an actual, like, go through a board kind of as though it was a real thing. And next time, we're going to need to work on basically our start. I think once we get into the flow of bingo, I feel like we play pretty well. But the very start, I'm just way too slow at, like, getting my weapon upgraded and things. So we're going to have to work on that. But that'll be for next time. I think we'll go ahead and call it here for the night. So let's go ahead and let's raid. Let's raid Zoodle, who is practicing Elden Ring Bingo Brawlers. We'll show him some love. And yeah, we've got so many cool things coming up. Like, playing Sekiro just made me so excited, and like excited that we get to play more Sekiro in the near future as we do practice our full all bosses glitchless run. And of course, we've got bingo. We've got there's also actually I'm gonna do a Sekiro randomizer on GDQ hotfix on Tuesday in just a few days. So look forward to that as well. I'll let you guys. I'll not just be mentioning it at the end of stream. I'll actually talk about it next time, hopefully. And yeah, we've got so many things coming up. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.